I request everyone to please settle down. We are going to start with this session. Welcome you all, distinguished dignitaries, to this keynote address session of National Summit for Institutional Leaders. The theme, Institutional Development Plan for Holistic Development, underscores the importance of strategic inclusion and sustainable institutional planning to enhance academic excellence, strengthen governance, frameworks foster innovation, and align our institutions with national priorities and global standards. It's our privilege to have with us esteemed session chair, Professor N. Panchanatham Sir, Vice Chancellor, Gandhigram Rural Institute, and to deliver keynote address, we have with us Professor Alok Rai Sir, Director IIM Calcutta. I request Sir Panchanatham Sir and Professor Alok Rai Sir to please come up on the dais and take your seat. To briefly introduce our chair and session speaker, Professor N. Panchanatham Sir, Vice Chancellor of Gandhigram Rural Institute, deemed to be institute under the Ministry of Education, Government of India. Sir has also served as the Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University with over 34 years of distinguished experience in teaching, research and academic administration and extensive activities. Sir has contributed significantly to higher education through his association with Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Gandhigram Rural Institute and the Government of Puducherry. We welcome you, sir. We have with us an eminent professor, Professor Alok Rai Sir, is the Director of Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta. Sir has earlier served as Vice Chancellor of the University of Lucknow. Sir has been a Professor of Marketing at the Institute of Management Studies, Banaras Hindu University. An accomplished academician and institution builder, Sir is known for his contribution to management education, academic governance and institutional transformation. We welcome you, sir. Now I request Dr. Seema Agarwal, ma'am, Principal, Kanodia College, to please come up on the stage to felicitate our chair and keynote address speaker. I request Seema ma'am to please present the token to our session chair, Professor N. Panchanatham sir. I also request Seema ma'am to please felicitate our Professor Alok Rai sir, who is the keynote speaker for this session. I now request the session chair, Professor Panchanatham sir, to initiate the session. Sir, please.
Good morning to all. Namaste. Good noon, in fact. Most respected speaker of this great session on institutional development plans for holistic development. Good friend Dr. Professor Alok Rai ji and other galaxy of respected personalities present here, friends, teachers, invitees, organizers, moderator. Very good afternoon to every one of you, and I know that you all will be eagerly waiting to listen to the speaker, and my duty is to introduce, even that was done by a moderator. So I am very happy and thankful to him. But I personally could, how great institution builder, how great a person he is. So many examples you can say. And his own experience, like, when it was held in Lucknow last time, NSIL, he spoke. That time he was the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor there. He had around 780 crores surplus money, but he is the only Vice Chancellor who openly spoke that time. And when other universities are in trouble, and and I am very happy. And also he told that the strategy, like, he does not have even 700 rupees. The university he made 780 crores to the university because he is basically from the business school, so marketing person. But what he will have to learn, one of the strategies, and he told, I do remember a couple of years ago, he personally visited some of the alumni, great alumni, and he personally requested them to adopt some children, students who are not able to pay their fees. But he has got 780, he can very well pay money, but still the inclusiveness, involving alumni, bringing them, because this is a topic is institutional development plans. So many he will share from his own experiences, but still a hectic task. Sometimes he used to say that he himself, as a Vice Chancellor, goes, meets some of the alumni, and why can't you adapt to some of the children? And see their greatness. It is his greatness that he is going and meeting. See their greatness, and they used to say that, yes, I will adopt to two children, or one boy or one girl, but don't tell that I have adopted. Don't tell even my name to them, and I will pay all fees for them. So these are all very good examples, and a very practicing man. Not only is a great academician, but also practicing person has been invited. I congratulate organizers for having identified a right person. That is also, it is not easy. I wanted to simply copy that, implement in my place. I copied, I implemented, successfully I failed. I failed. I could not make our alumni to adopt many students. It was a very difficult task. So he is a marketing person. He has shown his skills also. So this topic, holistic development, not only for the institutions, but also children, students also need all. Of course, he is going to talk in one particular angle, but as teachers, we should remember the word holistic development, not only institutional development in the field of curriculum development, in the field of research, in the field of extension activities and all these things, but also students' development. I'm sorry to say, one of the police officers, he used to say, whenever we go for some argument, friendly argument, he used to say that when I joined as a young honest police officer, he used to catch 10 criminals a day. He has done this one, he has done this one, he has taken this one, something like some criminal activities. And no one used to be even 10th standard qualified. All of them either school dropouts or illiterates. I am sorry to say, because I am a teacher, I am a professor, and he is talking to me, and he says, I am sorry to say, professor, today also I am catching 10 criminals every day. So unfortunately, all the 10 are graduates. So I personally told that, sir, please check, they are not my students. They are not my students. And even I lost my iPhone when I was talking in the university walking. Somebody came and took my iPhone. And I was not able to, just today I have to go to Nepal, all my details, hotel details, everything is inside only. So somehow I managed, I went to police station, police is asking, the whole country, he was the only professor coming to give complaint for mobile phone missing. Nobody is coming for that. And later he told, I missed my own mobile. So, so this is the situation today, go ahead. So why I am telling here, bringing children is a difficult task nowadays, holistic development, emotional development. We know that gurus, even today, if your teacher name said, immediately we get attention, guru. But now in newspaper you can see many teachers are maintaining very big distance between students and teachers because teacher was stabbed, teacher was killed, something like that. Every day comes some news. Some news in nearby my place. It happened in one of the polytechnics, and he was emotionally teaching. He took small pen knife, put on the stop. So in my areas, even the teacher, students calls, please come, please come. Teacher, they don't go nearby. They don't go nearby. So here and there, this is not the situation, but it happens here and there. That is the reason we congratulate Honorable Government of India for introducing NEP. We congratulate Honorable Government of India, Ministry of Education for talking about the value system, for talking about holistic education. Not only institution, how it is to holistically develop in several ways, in other aspects also. We all have great people. In India, I had a mathematician Ramanujan. Mathematician Ramanujan recently went to Cambridge, and I could see, by mistake I told, I was also born in Kumbakonam. Mathematician Ramanujan also was born in Kumbakonam, but he is a mathematician. But I earned 40 marks in mathematics out of 100. Later my school teacher Rangachari told that you did not earn, I gave that mark 44. So this is the, but unfortunately when I went to Cambridge, I told I am also from Kumbakonam. They took me to mathematics department, and Ravindranath, he is a Professor Ravindranath, both of us only we went, we were in the LEAP program. And he wanted me to solve all left out problems. I told there's only mathematician Ramanujan should come back. I only belong to that place, that's all. So I will go to some other department, I told. So I'm telling, such great people were here in India, and India has produced a lot of such a genius. Therefore, friends, when she is nearing, that means she is indicating that he is the keynote speaker. And he is coming close. Every 1 minute, 1 inch she is coming towards me. That means she is indicating that you are not the keynote speaker, he is the keynote speaker. But anyhow, yeah, professor is a professor. Professor is a professor. Minimum 1 hour always. If you take one more coffee, 1 more hour. That is how 40 hours we taught, 40 years we taught. Anyhow, good moderator, we appreciate you. What I wanted to tell, I did not know. But anyhow, about the topic, our most honorable former Vice Chancellor, Director of IIM will speak. Once again, on behalf of all of us, I request Honorable Director to come and address. Please, sir, please.
So, very good afternoon, everyone. Very respected chair of the session, Professor Panchanathan, and my also due credits are due to him, largely because after that elaborate and thought-provoking inaugural session, we needed some unwinding, and he very aptly did that. Especially when most of the people sitting right here were deprived of tea as well. So they needed something, needed some such rejuvenation. So thank you very much for doing that. Now before starting, I must also confess that I don't know if the organizers will allow me to confess that I'm actually not the original choice for this. I'm just a replacement, so please bear with me. Yeah. No. So whatever little I could prepare. But I doubt if this topic actually needs preparation. Because from Professor R.P. Tiwari Saab to Professor K.B. Das Saab, at least people I know, Professor Bansal, हमारे मैत्री साहब हैं, Madam Nalini, हमारे Kanni Bharan साहब हैं. So all these people who have actually led institutions and led to its glory, if I ask them, did you prepare an institutional development plan for your institute. Bansal Saab is Vice Chancellor for last 15 years, must have led many institutions, and at a time also several institutions. If I ask them to lay down in terms of specifics as to what all the content of your IDP is, it might become difficult for them to enlist. But they have been successfully leading their institutions. Now, what does this mean? This poses a situation where not all MBAs are business leaders, not all business leaders are MBAs. So should we know IDP to actually lead the institution to success? Or knowing RDP will ensure success of an institution? That is one key question we should be aware of, this fundamental principle in light of which we shall be saying this. Now then what does management education provide to a business leader or a corporate leader, or knowledge of institutional development plan to a future educational institution leader or existing institution leaders? At least it guides you to the basic frameworks. Now, to start with, next slide please. Let us have a brief glimpse of the state of higher educational institution in the country. And largely these figures are AISHE figures of June 2025, the annual compilation of the institutions. We have overall 70,000 plus HEIs, 1,338 universities. We have 23 IITs, 21 IIMs, 32 NITs, 25 IIITs, 20 AIMS, and 52,000 colleges. Another interesting thing that I want to bring your kind attention to is that in 2026 QS World University Ranking, 54 Indian universities found a rank, found a position. And there has been significant increment because many a time, I won't name a vice chancellor of one of the biggest university of the country. When he became vice chancellor, NAC accreditation was due. So his institution people went to him as if, what is your state of preparation? हम ये सब नहीं मानते हैं. भाई आपके मानने न मानने से क्या होगा? This is a fact. भाई वो सब गड़बड़ होता है. I'm only saying that this is what is a way to do away with, run out of something which actually comes and assesses. Like for example in IIMs, what I found, and I do not have very high regard for those accreditations, ASCSB, AMBA, EQUIS. IIM Calcutta probably is the only IIM in the country which has got all these three biggest accreditations done twice. The only institution. But one good thing, despite my disagreement, for an international validation, we are not, I am not exposing my institution and practices to Professor Kannibaran's organization. But I am paying lakhs and lakhs of rupees, $10,000 plus is the annual fees. Lakhs and lakhs of rupees to these external bodies for accreditation of my institution. हमको वैसे भी बाहर का वैलिडेशन को भी अंग्रेजी में बोले तो आपको ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है, कोट टाई पहन के बोले तो लगता पढ़ा लिखा आदमी है, विदेशी आके if they validate us तो हमको ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है. So we prefer, जबकि majority of Indian students at the time of taking admission to these management institutions, they hardly know. I'm telling you, I've myself been student. I know hundreds and hundreds of people who aspire to take admission to these management institutions. They hardly know कि ASCSB क्या है, EQUIS क्या है, कहाँ का है, AMBA का category क्या है. And then I also ask my फैकल्टी मेंबर्स के आपको पता है किसी को उन्होंने रिजेक्ट भी किया कभी? इट्स अ बिजनेस, इट्स अ बिजनेस. हमारे यहाँ एक अन्नीवरन साहब रिजेक्ट करते होंगे, लेकिन वो कोई रिजेक्ट नहीं करते. नो रिजेक्शन, द ओनली टेन्योर का, एक्रेडिटेशन का टेन्योर करते हैं. बट व्हाट व्हाई आई लाइक दिस इज दैट एटलीस्ट इंस्टीट्यूशन has got the guts to present itself and its practices to the outer world. They are ready to let people from across the world come, see my practices, assess me and tell, भैया ये सही नहीं है, ये अच्छा है आपका. This needs guts. Similar is the case with rankings. And personally, if you'll ask me, and this is what is now being considered largely by even employers or organizations who are providing endowments or individuals, these ranking systems. So if we are three right here in the hall representing three IIMs, I am Calcutta, I am Shillong, and I am Nagpur. Student has a choice, employer has a choice, donors have a choice. If they are supposed to make a choice among these three institutions, they may take this ranking. Otherwise, what will happen is all three institutions are accredited by the same body. Abhi choice kaise hogi? So at least here they can make a choice कि साहब जो एक नंबर का institution है उसको हम बच्चे ज़्यादा ले लें, दो नंबर का है तो उसको कम ले लें. And it did happen, I'll tell you. After joining, I tried to talk to an organization. और बड़ा interesting चीज़ है. I think this may interest you. I talked to a company and we decided on forging an alliance for starting a center for management programs largely backed by information technology tool, that too IT based. अब आप में से बहुत सारे लोग स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम से भी आते होंगे, फ्रॉम कॉलेजेस और मे बी यूनिवर्सिटीज़. तो आपको याद होगा PM ऊषा स्कीम आई थी मार्च 2024 में. इट वाज अनाउंस्ड, 100 करोड़ रुपए मिले. अभी भी आई कैन टॉक ऑफ, बिकॉज टिल 6 months बिफोर आई वॉज वाइस चांसलर ऑफ ए स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी, आई नो कि उसमें से हार्डली 20-25% पैसा रिलीज हुआ. That corporate with who we try to forge an alliance with, उसने हमको पहली मीटिंग में कहा हम आपको 100 करोड़ रुपए दे देंगे. और उसको लेने में मुझे, we are almost on the verge of getting disbursement, उसको लेने में मुझे 3-3.5 महीने लगे कुल. फंस क्यों गया? Why did it take this much of time? Because उसके बाद NIRF की रैंकिंग आ गई और वो रैंकिंग IIM कैलकटा की नीचे हो गई. तो दे सेड कि व्हेन द प्रपोजल वेंट फ्रॉम इंडिया टू देयर ग्लोबल ऑफिस, दे सेड साहब वो इंस्टीट्यूशन प्रॉबेबली इज नॉट डूइंग वेल बिकॉज द रैंकिंग इज गोइंग डाउन, सो शुड वी एक्चुअली एंटर इनटू एन अलायंस विद देम. So that is why I personally believe that these rankings have got relatively greater significance for students, for employers, for donors, and of course the contributors. But then कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, एनी एक्सटर्नल बॉडी वो देश किसी भी देश से आ सकती है. आई एम रेडी टू एक्सपोज माई सेल्फ टू. फॉर अब एग्जामिनेशन पास करना इज अ टेक्निक. This is the technique to qualify examination. So knowing this may reduce my chance of fumbling, and that is why knowing this institutional development plan is important, and that is why these rankings matter, and that is why government, even students want, and I remember after joining we had open house with these students immediately, within 15 days. And what we found was that students were very concerned. आप AACSB क्विज अम्बा का accreditation लेके बैठे रहो, they say साहब NIRF ranking is going down, it will have an adverse impact on our placements, so kindly look into this. And my colleagues from IIM will probably be on my side when I say that largely the fraternity of IIM ridicule NIRF. NAC की तो बात ही छोड़ दीजिए. They ridicule NIRF बेकार है, वो इंडियन है. You know, we need validation. वो टाई लगना चाहिए, अंग्रेजी बोलना चाहिए, और थोड़ा फॉरेन का ब्रांड होना चाहिए, and so on. But despite, I'll tell you, the students said in that open house, and that is why it is so very important. Students said in an open house, 600-700 students. And one of the issue that they raised was, कि sir, the ranking of IIM Calcutta is consistently going down. I said, I'm only 15 days old. Please give me chance of a year, and we'll try to improve. But the issue, the problem I'm trying to say is, for target segment, it is important. And if we go methodically, there are greater chances of our success in this. Next slide, please. So, but then there are some underlying principles before we proceed for institutional development plan. Conception is that let us try and comprehend that educational institutions are also to be treated as a living being. If you could remember, Shraddheya Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the late Prime Minister of our country, used to say, Bharat ek jeeta jagata Rashtra Purush hai. We have got to have the same feeling for our institutions. ये एक जीता जागता living being है. If we see this, because उसको भी उतना ही hurt होता है और उतनी ही खुशी होती है आपकी failures और आपके achievements पे. And if we see this, if we comprehend this in this light, we'll be able to formulate it accordingly. And Indianization is required not only for curricula, a lot of talks. There are several sessions on Indian knowledge system, but we talk of Indian knowledge system largely from the point of view of our curricula. It also has to be seen from andragogical tool, as an andragogical tool, parameters of development and planning outlook. I'll also share, मैं एक और शुरुआती स्लाइड है तो मैं इसमें एक और लिबर्टी लूँगा बताने का कि I started my, after having a brief stint with industry, after completing my MBA, I taught with a self-finance institution. I taught in a central university. I led a state university, and now I am leading an institute of national importance. So, I believe employer side se leke, or I mean, while being in the corporate, we were on that side of the table as well. एक relatively comprehensive perspective के साथ I'm sharing things. So it is in this light that it has to be seen, and how this, I mean, the attempts that we are making at IIM Calcutta to consider it to be a living being, and what all that can be done and imbibed into the andragogical processes is also some of the experiences that I'll be sharing. Next slide, please. Now, some say 9 enablers. I've largely focused on 8 enablers of institutional development plan. This is governance, financial, networking. Networking means networking and collaborations. Human resource enablers, supportive infrastructure, digital infrastructure, physical infrastructure, and also academic infrastructure. So we'll talk in light of these 8 enablers of institutional development plan. Next slide, please. Now, you know, we talk of institutions. First thing first, governance that has board of governors, board of management, बहुत सारे IIM directors, board of governors से पीड़ित रहते हैं. Then executive council or court in case of many of the universities, or executive council for that matter. Then quality assurance cells. Then the leadership, individual leadership, right from the chancellor or vice chancellor to deans, heads, and so on, the registrars, and there are enormous state of conflict. Across the state, there is a different pattern I'll share. Like in case of state of Bihar, there are probably 5 positions appointed by the Chancellor's office. The Vice Chancellor, probably the Pro-Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, the Finance Controller, and Finance Officer. Now, in many of the other states, these leadership positions are appointed in consonance with the state government. In some in some states, it is largely only by the Chancellor's office. In central institutions, the mechanism is a little different. Now, with all these differing mechanisms, it at times lead to a state of conflicts. Now, like in at least I can talk about IIM, we do not have a controller of examination, because examination is a very small activity here, largely looked after by the chairpersons. But there is hardly any clarity on the role of registrar, which is termed as chief administrative officers, unlike universities where there is a clarity of the chair. Now, if the same registrar who is supposed to be custodian, and I'm talking the leadership position in the institution, the same registrar, if it is appointed by the Chancellor's office, his reporting is different. If he is appointed by the state government, it has a different, unity of command is challenged there. And in central institutions, it is appointed by the Vice Chancellor through Executive Council. Now, same position, appointed differently, so reporting authority is different. So, their role in the system comes in a state of conflict. But what an institution has to do, at least has to be clear in terms of, greater clarity essentially has to be there with respect to all the positions. And here comes the role of management, what we talk of, because till it is extremely clear, unity of direction to the efforts of the different positions cannot be ascertained and subsequently cannot be assessed. Then vision, mission and roadmap. मैं आपको बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग किस्सा बताता हूँ. I was Vice Chancellor of University of Lucknow, और तिवारी साहब इस बात को जानते होंगे, उन्होंने हिंदुस्तान के बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन देखे. वो यूनिवर्सिटी का विजन और मिशन स्टेटमेंट नहीं था. अब हम लोग मैनेजमेंट में शुरुआती क्लास में फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर में पढ़ते सब प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ मैनेजमेंट में विजन, मिशन, ऑब्जेक्टिव, गोल, स्ट्रैटेजी, ये वो. तो हमने पूछा इसका, एंड वी हैड टू प्रिपेयर फॉर NAC एक्रेडिटेशन. तो पूछा साहब इसका विजन मिशन क्या है, तो वाकई है नहीं. तो हम कहा ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है कि एक इंस्टीट्यूट का हो नहीं. तो पता लगा नहीं साहब, कागज़ पे सारा स्टैचूट, रेगुलेशन, ऑर्डिनेंसेस, एक्ट सब कुछ देख लिया, कहीं कुछ लिखा नहीं मिला, वेबसाइट पे लिखा नहीं मिला. कुछ रिकॉर्ड किसी पुराने लोगों से पूछा, रिटायर्ड वाइस चांसलर, मैंने फॉर्मर वाइस चांसलर से पूछा, कहीं मिला नहीं. तो आई गॉट समथिंग प्रिपेयर्ड, बिकॉज वो NAC वाले पूछते थे कि साहब विजन मिशन क्लियरली स्टेटेड है कि नहीं है, क्राइटेरिया नंबर 6. तो वी गॉट इट डिजाइंड, प्लेस्ड इट इन द एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल कि भाई कम से कम EC से तो अप्रूव्ड होना चाहिए ना. VC साहब ने बना दिया और वेबसाइट पे डाल दिया, नहीं चलेगा. तो एक जब इट वॉज प्रेजेंटेड इन द एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल, तो एक मेंबर वॉज डीन एंड वन ऑफ द सीनियर मोस्ट प्रोफेसर ऑफ द यूनिवर्सिटी, उन्होंने कहा सर ये क्या है. तो हमने कहा ये एक इसमें से विजन है, एक इसमें से मिशन है. तो आप देखे होंगे यूनिवर्सिटीज के साथ एक कोट लिखा रहता है बहुत बार, सा विद्या या विमुक्त. इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी कोट रामी टॉट आर ब्रोस, ऐसे करके कुछ बहुत जगह का अपना अपना होता है. तो ऐसे लखनऊ यूनिवर्सिटी के केस में था लोगों के नीचे लाइट एंड लर्निंग. तो उन्होंने कहा है तो हमारा. मैंने कहा क्या है, बोले साहब लाइट एंड लर्निंग. तो हमने कहा डॉक्टर साहब आप समझ ना पाएंगे उस अंतर को, जाने दीजिए. इस पे कोई इनपुट है तो बताइए. नहीं तो इसको पास करिए. So, I mean, this shows our seriousness towards the governance. We do not have, even if we have, we are not aware of, and even if we are aware of, are we putting the efforts of the institution towards attainment of that? The very purpose of laying those vision and mission was to channelize the efforts of the institution towards that. भाई एक ट्राइबल बेल्ट में कोई हायर एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन है, उसका विजन और मिशन डिफरेंट होगा. एक मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटी के इंस्टीट्यूशन का विजन और मिशन डिफरेंट होगा. कोई प्रोफेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन का डिफरेंट होगा. कोई लैंग्वेज इंस्टीट्यूशन का डिफरेंट होगा. एंड इट इज टू channelize the efforts of the institution towards attainment of that. But the degree of appreciation, and that is less, and that is why it is so very important to have this. Then monitoring, of course, risk management analysis, external advisory board. External advisory boards, there are in different institutions, again different formats are available. Like for example, जैसे courts or courts का constitution in university system has been largely through members of society also. They have been coming and appraising the processes. This actually led to several conflicts with the affairs. Because after a while what happens? वो किसी को अपने आदमी को बुला के कोई छोटा मोटा काम दिलवाना है, किसी को 2-4 लोगों को रखवा देना है, किसी को 2-4 दूसरे इन्फ्लुएंसेस इन द इंस्टीट्यूशन हैज टू गेट इट डन. नहीं तो हम आपका एक्सटर्नल इवैल्यूएशन हम नहीं एग्री करते हैं. तो और कुछ तो खास नहीं होगा, बट इट विल क्रिएट बैड नेम फॉर द इंस्टीट्यूशन. 3 दिन अखबार में निकलेगा, साहब फलां ने इस पर रोक लगाई. महाराष्ट्र की एक बहुत बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी के once I was in Maharashtra for some assignment. So I was told in that assignment a university representative was supposed to come, but he was also member of the council court. तो he said कि हम नहीं आ रहे. 2 दिन हमारी चली है वो, और उसमें some very influential people were member and they have had their own agenda. तो मान ही नहीं रहे बात को, बिना मांगे और माने वो रोज माहौल खराब हो रहा है. So these also have their own set of effects, but such check mechanism is also equally important. Now how to strike a balance is important, and it is to be seen. And last but not the least is the student feedback. So this is one enabler, the governance. Then comes the financials. Now financials include, of course, basic financial policies, then budgetary provisions. I believe many of the institutions, अभी फरवरी आ गई, नए साल का बजट पास हो गया होगा, बन चुका होगा, पास हो गया होगा. पुराने साल के बजट का अप्रेजल हो चुका होगा, भाई कितना आपको एलोकेशन हुआ, कितना खर्चा हुआ, रिमेनिंग कितना कैसे खर्च करेंगे, फिर कितना बच जाएगा अनस्पेंड. नए साल का प्रपोजल क्या है, नए साल का वो हमारा रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर हेड वाइज, बजट हेड टू लेजर हेड टू बाकी उसका सब्सिक्वेंट सेपरेशन inside the budgeting. This all has got to be prepared. Another important factor comes here is the autonomy, financial autonomy. Now whenever we talk of a term called autonomy, it's a double-edged sword. कितनी और कैसी autonomy? तो एक देश के बहुत बड़े विश्वविद्यालय कि एक central institutions are far more autonomous as compared to their state counterparts. तो उनके पास खूब सारे पैसे आए, और पैसे आए किसी project. I mean, it can be termed as project, not the university money. University did not have finance committee for some reason. So he said, but this money is not of university. This is for a specific purpose. For this, I do not need finance committee approval. और 25 extra constitutional bodies appoint कर दी, सबको प्रोफेसर की सैलरी और बाकी सारी फैसिलिटी दे दी. अब कराओ ऑडिट, आप तो निकल गए, ऑडिट जो कराए वो जाने. So that is why I say financial autonomy is a double-edged sword. I mean, any kind of autonomy for that matter is a double-edged sword. So how this autonomy, अब ये भी सही नहीं है कि हर छोटी छोटी चीज के लिए we are going to write to the government or to bodies only for छोटी छोटी चीजों के लिए. But if laid procedure is followed, like for example, I have budgetary provisions, we can always have those revised budgets. Revised estimates can always be. Like what I've recently got it approved is that after, 6 monthly, we shall be presenting a revised estimates. While we shall be mentioning what has been for 6 months, there is one annual form of budget. Then let us break it into quarters. If we break it into quarters, after 6 months, we can always ascertain. Right? This was something that I wanted to spend. For some reason, I have not been able to. Or this is a new project that has come up. So can we further allocate under this budget head? So, but mechanism essentially is important so that it should not lead to a state that I was just referring to, where in the name of autonomy, one is doing anything. I am told one of the very prestigious university of the country's vice chancellor once wanted to buy a helicopter. They had sufficient money. Many of these state universities have sufficient money. Unlike the example that Professor Panchanathan was quoting, that was not the case. But then, and his majority procedure of purchasing that helicopter was done. Financially autonomous. I have money. I have my finance committee. I can get it approved. But then, since it was a university, it was in the state capital, so the matter blew out of beyond proportion, went to assembly, and a lot of hue and cry was there. And it is because of that, the vice chancellor could not. So that also has got to be taken care of. Then liaison with government funding agencies. See, I have n number of stories on this, but I don't think that befits the situation, especially on camera. So I'll better refrain from that. But with respect to internal revenue generation, things is something that I would surely like to throw some light on. Now, internal revenue generations, as Professor Panchanathan was talking about, that 780 crores or something, that is untrue. That is not. It was in a span of, I was for 2 terms vice chancellor there. So it was like revenue was almost doubled in that span of 5 years, but without a single penny additional contribution from the government. Without a single penny, and it was all because of various innovative schemes that we introduced, various innovative programs. Though I'm personally, if you'll ask me, I'm not of the opinion of that government should shelve the responsibility of paying salaries. You know, it has got a psychological impact. I'll just throw this idea for contemplation to this August gathering, is that when we work in a government system, be it state, central university, state university, Institute of National Importance, any organization. Like I am Calcutta, by God's grace, वो sufficiently finance उसका sound है. फिर भी मैं कहता हूँ कि salary government को देना चाहिए. आप उतना पैसा हमसे ले लो, in whatever form. Because फिर आदमी, arrogance में आपको बताता हूँ, staff का. They start first thinking and then speaking. हम तो सेल्फ फाइनेंस है, हम अपना पैसा खुद कमाते हैं, फिर सरकार क्यों बोलती है? एट द एंड ऑफ द डे मैं बोलता हूँ आप इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट से इंडियन हटा के देख लो कौन बच्चा आता है, आप हटा के देख लो। आप बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी के नीचे इस्टेब्लिश बाय एन एक्ट ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हटा के देख लो, लिखा रहता है BHU इस्टेब्लिश बाय एन एक्ट ऑफ पार्लियामेंट इन 1916। आप लखनऊ यूनिवर्सिटी के नीचे से उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार की मोहर हटा के देख लो। आपके एडेड कॉलेजेस देयर वुड बी सम टीचर्स प्रिंसिपल्स होंगे यहाँ पे, आप उनको बोलो वो एडेड ना हो तो वहाँ नौकरी करने जाएंगे? नहीं जाएंगे। सो आप सैलरी उतनी ही दो, लेकिन आप दो, मुझसे ले लो, इन वॉट एवर फॉर्म ले लो, कोई कंट्रीब्यूशन के फॉर्म में ले लो, किसी भी फॉर्म में ले लो, आप हमसे पैसे ले लो, लेकिन दो आप। लेजिटिमेसी कॉम्प्रोमाइज होती है गवर्नमेंट की, गवर्नमेंट की लेजिटिमेसी कॉम्प्रोमाइज होती है, फिर एरोगेंस बढ़ता है। देन द स्टाफ थिंक्स ऑफ दैट हम चला रहे हैं, हम अपना सैलरी कमा रहे हैं, तो हमारा पैसा आ रहा है, हमको चलने दीजिए। So as a state, I mean, I would never want to shelve this ये responsibility नहीं है, authority है किसी को तनख्वाह देने की। This is being seen as a responsibility, but actually this is authority. This has got to be understood. So I may earn money, उसमें lot of initiatives we undertook during my stint at University of Lucknow. One of the biggest was, जो अभी I think Indian Institute of Managements have not greatly resorted to, though they have some different methods. I'll talk of that also, because this is very important issue to be contemplated on while discussing institutional development. This thing is that admission of foreign students. And I'll tell you, in 2019 December, I joined. During that academic year, we had 54 applications for admission to Lucknow University. And in 25-26, the total number of foreign applications were 2,400 something. अब क्या होता है, स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी में 4,000-5,000 फीस है, बट यहाँ बच्चे मेजॉरिटी बच्चे आते, तो फर्स्ट स्टेप व्हाट वी डिड, and that is one of the things that we do as institutional development plan, is that we plan for long. So first step we did was, we first focused on ICCR students, Indian Council for Cultural Relations students, who come on the government scholarship. There also for UG it is $1,000, for PG it is $2,000, for PhD it is $2,500. So we increase the number, उसके लिए backup support, hostel नहीं है तो बाहर से कहीं से रहने का इंतजाम करना, and so on and so forth. All these things were managed. Next step was, once we exhausted, पूरे North India में when we started getting the highest number of foreign students, through our persuasions, कोई admission आता तो we used to send it to all the embassies. सभी embassy को भेजते, हमारा admission announcement है, आप अपने देश में भेजिए. We used to send to all the vice chancellors कि आप अपने यहाँ लगाइए. So the quality of admission went up, quantum of admission went up, and we also went for international students. And then few trips through embassy, when embassy realized कि ये लोग बहुत proactive हैं और ये खूब हो हल्ला मचा रहे हैं, तो they would manage all our foreign visits also. तो हम वहाँ जाते, institution घूमते, उनको अपना, it was kind of branding. So then second stage was, from ICCR students we moved to students who would come on their own at the fees of ICCR. So on numbers, that is one source. Of course, many of the institutions, of course, are like trying to foray into some professional programs, especially universities. They are coming into professional programs in the form of self-finance programs, increasing number of seats. उसी कोर्स में अगर बीकॉम में हमारा 60 का स्ट्रेंथ है तो 60 और बढ़ा दिया, उस 60 को सेल्फ फाइनेंस कर दिया. Now, ये सब दूसरी चीज़ थी. But then largely was, बहुत सारे उसमें इनिशिएटिव थे. So here also, like when I came here, so one thing I found out that we are already charging too much from the students. And I did not hide this with my faculty. I said, I mean, we should not have charged this much. I mean, we are charging too much. So at least no further increment in this. Now, growth to dikhani hai sabko. So growth kahan se aayegi? So let us concentrate on executive education business. In few months' time, our executive education business has gone up by 20%. So, and a deliberate initiative was undertaken, strategically designed, because what used to happen is, कि whenever some bidding would come from, I mean, some invitation, expression of interest would come from any government organization. As I am Calcutta, I'll also apply, and I am Nagpur also will apply. They may quote a little lesser, just नाम सर उसमें नागपुर हटा देते हैं, कोई भी नाम मान लेते हैं. So, जिसको हम लोग कहते हैं हम बड़ा ब्रांड हैं, आप छोटा ब्रांड हैं, या हमारा हम पुराना इंस्टीट्यूशन है, आप नया इंस्टीट्यूशन है, we cannot charge below something. Newer institutions can charge lesser. So what would happen is, वो L1 में बाहर हो गए. तो I said ऐसे नहीं चलेगा धंधा. So a new strategy was adopted. I won't share here. I won't share. And then 20%, and I mean, I'm ready to forge strategic alliance with them in some cases. I'm not averse of that. So there, I mean, this is one area where there is sky's the limit. And then came consultancy, which was almost negligible at IIM Calcutta. And in last 1.5 months, I believe we are able to close to a business of close to 5 CR. So at least something we have started, a new consultancy policy has come up, and then started. So I mean, trying to foray into newer thing and excess reliance on government for fund. The institutions that are already having fund, जैसे state universities हैं, college affiliations हैं, उनके examination conduct कराते हैं, they get plenty of money. In IIM's fees income is largely, that itself is pretty handsome. So fees income is one. So there is excess reliance on either government revenue or fees income is not the most appropriate strategy. Why? Because your cost is bound to go up. Fees cannot go. I mean, after a point you have got to freeze it. So like some of the institutions, IIM Ahmedabad forayed for external education, I mean beyond India campus, and I'm told they are charging probably $1 lakh per year for a program. So that is, this is the extra revenue that is going to come to the institution, which is over and above. So here comes leveraging brand. Of course, something that the chairperson Saab was referring to is getting money. In case of IIM's, government hardly gives even for research grants, etc. So your endowment, etc. is something good. It might be a problem for newer IIMs, but then for older IIMs. So in last 3.5 months, here also, sir, we have been able to get 10 CR plus. Because there, what is important is the trust factor that you convey to your people. कि आपका पैसा खाएगा नहीं. ये पैसे को जहाँ बोलोगे तो when I talk to alums, I don't say कि आप हमको पैसे दो. I say आप मुझे kind में दो, cash में मत दो, kind में दो. So then I explain them. I say if you want some facility to be created, आप better है हम आपको ज़मीन देते हैं, आप facility बना दो. होटल कंपनी का मालिक अलम है, हम कहे भाई हमको पैसे मत दो, हमारा पैसा दोगे वो 4 गुना रेट पे बनता है यहाँ पे, और बहुत सारा पिल्फरेजेस होंगे और बहुत सारा प्रोसेसेस होगा और बाद में फिर उसका अलग चक्कर होगा. आई विल प्रोवाइड यू स्पेस, यू गेट दिस डन बिकॉज यू आर इनटू दैट बिजनेस, यू गेट दैट डन. किसी ने कहा हम 1 करोड़ देंगे, हम क्या पैसा मत दो, हमको हमारा एक स्पोर्ट्स का फैसिलिटी है उसका ऑगमेंटेशन करना है, कर दीजिए. आपको जब अपना अच्छा दिखने लगेगा कि मेरा पैसा रिजल्ट प्रोड्यूस कर रहा है, ये ग्राउंड बनाए और इसमें पैविलियन बना दिया, आपको खुद ही अच्छा दिखने लगेगा तो आप 1-2 करोड़ और बढ़ा दोगे अपना, अदरवाइज आप पैसा देके रुक जाओगे. So this is important, and then it comes networking and collaboration. This is the third enabler. I've exhausted too much of time. So strategic collaborations, of course, for student and staff exchanges, and largely for innovation and entrepreneurship. Now this collaboration at strategic level is also an important factor. तो अब institutional development के लिए this collaboration is important. अब मैं एक आपको किस्सा बताता हूँ, something where I'm ready to invite hands and partnership from my colleagues, be it from any university or from IIMs or IITs. In case of one proposal, expression of interest, I knew that I won't be able to succeed, but I knew that X institution in the country has had this specific strength. So I talked to the head of the institution. I said, and we had a brand, they had, smaller brand as compared to us. So हमारा brand, आपका connection, दोनों मिल के चलते हैं इसमें, और जो भी काम आएगा उसको बांट लेंगे. Government had formalized, like hub and spoke model is what? This is collaboration. बड़े project में not all institutions will be able to do it. So what we can do? तो हम इसमें we can come and forge alliances, and we can forge alliance for greater good of the institution, to serve greater good. इसी तरह से for in student exchanges, in faculty exchanges, and these MOUs, popularly known as MOUs, these MOUs should not be only on papers, these are to be converted on ground. So that is equally important. Then of course, human resource, that is probably the biggest enabler. The student and learner enabler, self-empowerment enabler, faculty and research, cross-functional enabler, strategic funding and emotional support enabler, and pedagogical innovation enablers. So, getting the best and retaining the best. But, इसमें by virtue of being head of some institutions, I must say that many a time the head of the institutions complain they don't get the best of the talent, and the receiver side, they say they don't get the most and the fairest assessment to be part of it, to be part of the system. Now where lies the conflict? The conflict lies in our comprehension. Because when I see people by standing from this side of the table, I think कि सामने वाले को कुछ नहीं आता, हम ही परम विद्वान हैं, और वहाँ जाते हैं, वहाँ से देखते हैं तो ठीक उल्टा देखते हैं. ये gap has got to be bridged. Our definition of quality, best, इससे मुझे बहुत तकलीफ है, because हम जब इधर आ जाते हैं तो हम मानते हैं कि सब बेकार है. ऐसा है नहीं. This is not the truth. Because we got the opportunity does not mean we are the best. We are the finest. इसलिए each and every individual essentially has got to be evaluated based on the specific merit of the task. And then at different stages, different expectations should be there. अलग अलग स्टेज पे हमारी अपेक्षाएं भी अलग अलग होनी चाहिए. इसलिए वो एक ही यार्ड स्टिक से वाइस चांसलर से लेकर असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर तक को नाप देना, वो बात सही नहीं है. Next slide, please. Then the academic infrastructure, all that we imbibe in. Next, please. पीछे जाइए. और पीछे, हाँ. So then these supportive enablers, that is accessibility, institutional core values, vision, etc. that we were referring to, कि वो हमारे there has to have the basic things to guide our efforts to attain the greater good of the larger goal of the institution. Then digital infrastructure these days have become an imperative, and we have to find it and put in place. Physical infrastructure, of course, this also has a very, very important role to play. I'm telling you, आप में से कितने लोग BHU गए हैं? 10-15-20% लोग हैं. अब तो खैर शहर भी हमारा काफ़ी बढ़िया हो गया. आई एम फ्रॉम बनारस, दैट्स वाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ हमारा बढ़िया हो गया. बट वो पहले शहर की जो कुछ दुश्वारियाँ थी, लेकिन जैसे ही आप शहर छोड़ के भी कैंपस में आते थे तो आपको लगता आप एक अलग दुनिया में आ गए. और वो आपको एक अलग इकोसिस्टम में ले जाता, वहाँ आपका पूरा साइकी चेंज होता, वो सारी की सारी आबो हवा, वो सोचने का तरीका, वो सो this physical infrastructure also has whatever we say, but then it has a very important bearing on the overall ecosystem of the institution. Next slide, please. Then comes the academic infrastructure. Next slide, please. So the process is, first we have to prepare by diagnosing. We have to diagnose as to where lies the problem. Third, strategize, and then execute. Next. Now, these are the supporting pillars for institutional excellence through institutional, for IDP. Now, one is pedagogical transformation. Abhi, lot of newer initiatives have been proposed in National Education Policy 2020, which talks about multidisciplinarity. Now, if we have to implement, and there somewhere we have to, no, and we have to not for the sake of saying this, but it has to be largely, it has to come largely through our belief that this is good for the student. The biggest thing that I find, I'm a student of customer relationship management, so I say this, the biggest thing I find is, the biggest contribution of National Education Policy 2020 has been that the policies have been framed from people who are sitting on this side of the table to people sitting on the other side of the table. That is, it aimed, it looked for the greater interest of the student. So, multidisciplinarity, now multiple entry, multiple exit, academic bank of credit, and Indian knowledge system, 2 minutes. So Indian knowledge system may grounding के साथ साथ internationalization of the institution. This is an important thing that we are going to look for. Governance, and what I want to draw your attention to also, and I keep sharing this with many people, that when NEP, because Vikasit Bharat Shiksha Adhishtan Bill 2025 is an extension of National Education Policy 2020. It's not a separate initiative of the government taken in isolation. This is an extension. Now, when multidisciplinary educational and research university concepts are there, जहाँ एक तरफ वहाँ पे we also have standalone institutions. इंजीनियरिंग का एक है, मैनेजमेंट का एक है, फोरेंसिक का एक है, स्पोर्ट्स का एक है, एजुकेशन का एक है, बहुत सारा है, मेडिकल का अलग है, और उसमें भी आयुष का अलग है, and lot of universities have been created. Now, an attempt is being made. I believe this is one gradual movement which subsequently is going to take many other people on board, is that we have to bring them closer to us so that there is greater assimilation of dissimilarities at least in terms of structures. अभी भी जैसे स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी को देखने के नाते मैं बता सकता हूँ आपको, बिकॉज लॉ एजुकेशन हैज़ बीन गाइडेड बाय BCI, वहाँ तो वैसे भी किसी का वश चलता नहीं, तो उन्होंने कहा साहब अलग कॉलेज होगा, कॉलेज अलग तो उसका टीचर अलग, उसका कमरा अलग, उसका फर्नीचर अलग, उसका कंप्यूटर अलग, उसकी किताब अलग. प्रैक्टिकली क्या होता है, वायबिलिटी नहीं है, एक सेपरेट बिल्डिंग. सो व्हाट दे डू, आप लॉ कॉलेज में जाएं तो उधर का कंप्यूटर इधर लगा दिया. आप बताइए, इफ यू गो फ्रॉम हियर कैन यू एवर एसर्टेन, उसने प्राइवेट फर्म से कंप्यूटर लिया, एक दूसरा बिल भी लगा लिया लॉ कॉलेज के नाम पे. बहुत बार टीचर्स कॉमन हो सकते हैं, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का, पॉलिटिकल साइंस का, लैंग्वेज का, उसमें बहुत फिलॉसफी, सोशोलॉजी, इकोनॉमिक्स वगैरह भी पढ़ाते हैं, पॉलिटिकल साइंस वगैरह. उधर का टीचर है, इधर दिखा सकते हैं, एक ही मालिक का दोनों कॉलेज है. सो धीरे धीरे, अभी तो लॉ इज सर्टनली नॉट हियर, बट देन अ स्टेज मे कम व्हेन मेनी, after seeing the experience of amalgamation of these, many other institutions also may come in, and it is largely to leverage the resources. इसमें कोई conflict नहीं है भाई. अगर एक लैब में कंप्यूटर है 50, तो सुबह अगर BSc की क्लास में यूज़ हुआ तो शाम को लॉ में भी यूज़ हो सकता है, दोपहर में एजुकेशन में यूज़ हो सकता है. और जो आप अगर ऐसा करोगे, लेवरेज करोगे, तो आप शायद फीस कम कर सकते हो. फीस कम करोगे तो ज़्यादा लोगों को पढ़ा सकते हो, या उस पैसे से अच्छा टीचर एम्प्लॉय करके अच्छी टीचिंग दिला सकते हो. सो धीरे धीरे मुझे लगता है दैट इज अ ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव स्टेप दैट इज गोइंग टू टेक प्लेस. रिसर्च, प्रमोटिंग इनोवेशन थ्रू कोलैबोरेटिव रिसर्च, इसमें आई ट्राई टू क्लब the linking of this with NIRF also, of the provisions of national education policy with NIRF. And like employability, in NIRF we have 20% of graduate outcome score. Here there is a gap is to be bridged by bringing in greater industry exposure. I have a lot of slides. I think I have been able to communicate largely with respect to the enablers that are there to help us form the institutional development plan for the institution, taking longer duration, relatively longer duration in its stride, so that institutions remain indifferent of institutional leaders. तो एक बहुत बार ऐसा होता है, डिसकॉन्टिन्यूटी आती है, एक वाइस चांसलर, एक डायरेक्टर है तो उसने बहुत अच्छा किया और फिर दूसरा आ गया तो खराब हुआ, क्योंकि इट इज, वी हैव मेड सिस्टम individual centric and not process centric. This is one initiative where it may become process centric. So व्यक्ति आएगा जाएगा, लेकिन institution अपने direction से derail नहीं होगा. So largely this is what I wanted to share. I've been provided enough hint by the moderator to say thank you to all for being so patient listener. I know that you did not get tea, so you are very hungry, you need food. So I won't come in between. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for a very deep, insightful session on IDP, and also making all of us aware to make the institution a process-centric. I request the chair, Professor N. Panchanatham, sir, to please kindly summarize the keynote address of sir.
You are only inviting trouble. So we all very happily congratulate our speaker, that excellent speech, and a nice way he presented how we must holistically we should approach governance, finance, strategy, human resource, all those things. And very important sentence I liked is institution development is equal to individual development. It's every individual is developed, because it's an incident. We all went to 4-5 vice chancellors together. We took a holy dip in 144th year in Allahabad, and from Allahabad to Lucknow we came to board the flight. We checked Google map. We checked with the driver, we checked with the 2 more people, and finally we missed the flight. And all these 3 hours from Allahabad to Lucknow, we were talking about the institutional development plan only. In all our institution, we all developed, but we forgot to develop forgot to think about individual development. At the minimum, catching the flight. That we forgot, and we stayed. The next day only we went. So rightly he said. So I don't want to take your time, as she rightly indicates. Summarizing means if you only deeply you were listening, only then you can summarize. And I am thank God that he himself left in between. So he told. So for the available time, how much I can speak, I have given. So remaining slides, you imagine and go ahead based on that. Sorry, but I congratulate him and all of you for the final comment. I'll stop here. The multiple focus in all areas, institutional development, from students development to financial development. Financial development also, student is coming and telling Vice Chancellor, what happened to this facility? I applied, sir, money will come, I will do. We are saying. When he goes back, the student is saying, after completion of degree, I also apply, no reply. You are also our financial benefit, apply, no reply. Both are same, only go that way. This is the reply student gives. So single focus, a person was like me, I was the registrar of the university, then vice chancellor of the university. If did not follow his ideas of multiple focus, only single focus, always seeing file. Retired. I'll stop half minute. Retired. Really, I am retired. Then went to home. Next day morning also with the coat and suit ready to go to office. Then wife called, come here. You are retired. Institution will not allow you inside. Don't. No. How is it? Yes, it is true. You have to sit here only. Then I cannot be like that. So immediately could shoot, coat, everything is made ready. Then asked, last day they gave some money, with the help of, like VC office he made, big office, registrar VC office. This 5 rupees bell also he kept. He says, every day 10 o'clock he sits, ring, he says, who will come? Nobody came. Poor wife came. And she said, why are you doing like this? 30 years I managed, it was easy. You are going to office. Now my difficult time starts. You cannot do like this at home. No. Then to change his mindset, he told that we will go to the next street. There is a newborn child for our relative. We will go. No, register. Vice Chancellor, anything should be filed. No oral command. Then she did not know what is file. She called some deputy registrar. What is file? You don't worry. Take a pad at home. My grandson has got a pad. You take that writing pad. Take one white paper. Third street, newborn baby is there. We will go and meet. A approved, B not approved. Put the file there. What this fellow did, out of experience, neither approved nor approved, he says, between whom and whom the child was born. When our child was born, what did they do for us? What is the escalation of the price now? So 4-5 queries he wrote. Then he got worried, asked the deputy registrar, what is this? Beginning it will be like that, then it will be all right, don't worry. Next day, she knows now outright to file. She wrote this dal half liter, oil 3 liters, all those things, he will go to the job. Go to the shop. Then he wrote, did you get 3 quotation for this? Who is the L1? He told, no L1. Who is the L1 in the shop? So many queries he wrote. Then she got, hereafter living with him is a difficult task. Better next day she took a file, wrote that, I am going to my mother's house. I want 3 days CL. A approved, B not approved. So this fellow wrote, A approved, but until you come back, please make alternate arrangements. So that's what he says. You are not supposed to focus on institutional development, cannot be focused on single thing and something more than that. Multiply he spoke, very happy. Another 1 hour we can listen. Because of this madam only we are stopping. And you have to come here, you have to show your face. Because everybody will become your enemy. So thank you for organizing, thank you for inviting. Congratulations to the speaker, congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Irrespective of being this session being very deep, I'm sure this will be the most happy session of the day also. With this, we come to the end of today's keynote session. I would request all the vice chancellors, resource person, directors, to please proceed for lunch that is placed in the hall, and lunch for the delegates is arranged in the lawn. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
You all to the first thematic session of Institutional Development Plans for Holistic Development on the topic Actionable Agenda for Institutional Development Plan. The duration of the session is 90 minutes and will be opened by a chair. Each speaker will have around 25 minutes for their address and 25 minutes will be kept for question answers and discussion. I now request our session chair, Professor Bansal, and speakers, Professor Gaurisha Joshi and Professor Rajendra Kumar Joshi, to please come up on the dais. Professor Satprakash Bansal is the Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Himachal Pradesh, Dharamshala. A distinguished academic leader, he has earlier served as Vice Chancellor of Himachal Pradesh Technical University, Himachal Pradesh University, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, and as the founder, Vice Chancellor of Maharaja Agrasen University, Solan. He is also a member of the Governing Council of the Association of Indian Universities and is associated with several national academic and policy bodies. Professor Gaurisha Joshi is a professor and director at the Center for Educational and Social Studies, Bangalore, a specialist in quality education management and NGO administration. Sir holds a PhD from Bangalore University and has served as chief consultant to the Technical Secretariat for the National Education Policy. His work focuses on educational reforms, institutional development, and capacity building in the social sector. Professor Rajendra Kumar V. Joshi is a senior consultant, philosopher, and faculty trainer. He holds an MA in philosophy from Bangalore University and a doctoral degree from Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Bombay. He is currently adjunct faculty at the School of Arts, Humanities, and Social Sciences. His work integrates philosophy, ethics, and leadership development in higher education and training. As a token of our gratitude, I now request Dr. Neelam Bageshwari to present mementos to our dignitaries. I now request our session chair, Professor Bansal, for his initiating remarks.
Thank you and welcome back in the session. Though we can understand that it's very difficult to be after taking lunch. After lunch, very difficult to be here, to sit in the session. But I am very much hopeful that it will be very fruitful in the sense because since in the morning, whether we have listened to the Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister and inaugural speakers, the whole essence was based on institutional development. Without institutional development planning, nothing is possible. And therefore, this session is really very important, and it is my privilege to be here in this session on institutional development plan for holistic development. And we have two speakers with us, Professor Gorisha Joshi, his director says Bangalore, and another speaker is Professor Rajinder Kumar Vijoshi. Joshi Scare we have in the session. He is senior consultant, says Bengaluru. We have about 85 minutes, and we have to bind up this session in time, and we will try to keep more time for the question answer. Here in front of us, Vice Chancellor Professor Sanjeev Jain, Central University Jammu is sitting. Two directors, Dr. I am from Nagpur and Shillong. They are, and since morning we are listening on the same topic. And rather I can say that the topic is a very relevant in the sense that at a time when higher education is undergoing unprecedented transformation, and the concept of institutional development plan or IDP has moved far beyond our regulatory requirements, and today IDP represents the Professor Rao in the morning was also mentioning that the strategic conscious of the institution. That is very important, which we can say that it is a living document that reflects the institution's vision, values, priorities, and more important, its responsibilities towards the society. Holistic development, when we talk about the theme of our session, reminds us that the higher educational institutions, universities, or the institutions are not merely centers for knowledge transmission or degree production. They are ecosystem of human development. A truly holistic IDP must therefore integrate academic excellence with the research innovation, with the students' well-being, with ethical leadership, social responsibility, and digital readiness, and more important as for NEP as well, the global engagement. All just now 5 years of NEP implementation is completed, and institutional autonomy and institutional accountability go hand in hand, and therefore for that purpose IDP becomes a powerful tool to translate autonomy into action, showing institutions to define their unique identity while aligning with the national priorities such as multidisciplinary education, inclusion, or we are talking about the sustainability and employability. And in our higher educational institutions, again and again we have conducted a lot of seminars, lot of workshops based on NEP, because lot we deliberate on NEP and Viksit Bharat, when we link it up with the Viksit Bharat 2047, and when we are saying that we are preparing the agenda, future agenda for the future, this our youth for Viksit Bharat 2047, and the central question before us is no longer what the policy aspires to achieve, but the main question is that how each institution can translate the vision into a measurable and sustainable action. आज हम जब सभी मिलकर के बात करते हैं शिक्षा प्रणाली की, और हमें भी ये भी पता है कि भारत आज एक ऐसे युग की तरफ अग्रसर है जहां जब हम ये कह सकते हैं कि शिक्षा का विस्तार तो हुआ पर शिक्षा का विकास नहीं हुआ। जब हम शिक्षा के विकास की बात करते हैं तो हमें लगता है कि प्रत्येक राष्ट्र व संस्कृति के विकास के 3 महत्वपूर्ण आयाम, पहला भाषा, दूसरा शिक्षा और तीसरा शोध। लेकिन वट एवर द एजुकेशन टिल डेट वी हैड in our higher educational institutions, we don't have our own language, we don't have our own education, we don't have our own research, and that's the reason मैं एक इंस्टीट्यूशन में जब गया, इंस्टीट्यूशन में वो इंस्टीट्यूशन 100 साल पुराना था। जब उन्होंने विजन की बात की तो जो 100 साल पहले हमने विजन बनाया था वही विजन जो है उनके डॉक्यूमेंट्स में भी और अदरवाइज भी दे आर वर्किंग ऑन दैट विजन। और व्हेन वी हैव अडॉप्टेड द नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, और आज जब हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत और विकसित भारत 2047 की बात करते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि ऑटोमेटिकली हमारा जो विजन है वो एनईपी के मुताबिक विकसित भारत के अनुरूप होना चाहिए। और आज जब हम शिक्षा की बात करते हैं तो आज हम, क्योंकि होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं, आज हम जब शिक्षा की बात कर रहे हैं तो आज हम समग्र विकास शिक्षा की बात करते हैं। आज जब हम शिक्षा की बात करते हैं तो आज हम एकात्म मानववाद शिक्षा की बात करते हैं। आज जब हम शिक्षा की बात करते हैं तो भारतीय एकात्म दृष्टि शिक्षा की बात करते हैं। आज जब हम युवा भारत की बात करते हैं तो स्वतः ही हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात करते हैं। और उस समग्र विकास शिक्षा के लिए जो इस युवा शक्ति को हम सौंपने जा रहे हैं एजेंडा विकसित भारत 2047 का, तो उसमें यह आता है कि क्योंकि जब तक एजुकेशन वो फिलॉसफी ऑफ एजुकेशन नहीं होगी तब तक हम आत्मनिर्भर विद्यार्थी की बात नहीं कर सकते। जब तक इनोवेशंस नहीं होगा क्लास में, क्योंकि कहते हैं ना कि नवाचार ही वे चिंगारी है जो शिक्षा को ज्ञान से बुद्धिमत्ता की यात्रा पर ले जाती है। और जब शिक्षा सोचने की आजादी देती है तभी राष्ट्र प्रगति पर बढ़ता है। If we don't have that kind of innovations in the classroom, so we cannot create best minds, because it's very important to create the best minds instead of the best brain, क्योंकि ब्रेन ड्रेन हो जाता है लेकिन माइंड ड्रेन नहीं होता। माइंड्स वो हैं जो कि सीधे सीधे समाज के साथ जुड़े हों। और क्योंकि आईएम्स के डायरेक्टर्स यहाँ बैठे हैं, एंड व्हेन आई वाज इन द बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर ऑफ 2 IIMs, उस टाइम भी मैंने ये डिस्कस किया था। जब मैं वहाँ डिस्कस करता था फैकल्टी से और स्टूडेंट से, उस टाइम भी हमारी यही चर्चा होती थी कि हम इतने रिसोर्सेज यूज कर रहे हैं। और एक इंस्टीट्यूशन की जब मैं बात कर रहा हूँ वहाँ पर हमने जब 3 साल का डाटा लिया, 3 साल में लगभग 40% विद्यार्थी MBA करने के बाद आइदर दे मूव आउट, और जिस पर्पज के लिए जितना रिसोर्सेज उनके ऊपर हमने खर्च किया था वो उनका हमें कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा लगा कि वो कहीं ना कहीं हमारा पर्पस डिफीट हो रहा है। तो उसका पर्पस यही था कि हमने बेस्ट ब्रेन तो तैयार कर दिए हैं लेकिन बेस्ट माइंड हम तैयार नहीं कर पाए हैं। एंड देयरफॉर इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू नीड टू एंगेज द इमेजिनेशन ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स। इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू नीड टू प्रोवाइड द स्किल्स टू ऑर्गेनाइज एंड थॉट्स coherently. That is very important, because when we talk about shiksha, when we talk about the education, at the same time we also need to talk about the actual learning which it is required by the students. Learning to know, जानने के लिए सीखना, learning to do, करने के लिए सीखना, learning to live together, और learning to be, होने के लिए सीखना, self realization of the student. That is very important, because because life is a collection of change. So don't avoid just change. Some changes gives the success, some act as a stepping stone. Therefore, try to change the challenge, don't challenge the change. हम जब आज विश्व के सबसे बड़ा शिक्षा तंत्र की बात करते हैं तो हमें यह भी भूलना नहीं चाहिए कि हमारे भारतवर्ष का शिक्षा तंत्र दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा शिक्षा तंत्र है, जहां हमारे पास 25 करोड़ स्टूडेंट्स हायर एंड स्कूल के मिला करके 25 करोड़ विद्यार्थी, जहां आज हमारे पास लगभग 1 करोड़ टीचर्स, जहां आज हम जीआर की बात करते हैं तो जीआर स्कूल एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं तो वो लगभग 93% और 100% हमारा टारगेट है एज पर एनईपी, जहां आज हमारे पास 28.7% जो है जीईआर जो आज हायर एजुकेशन में है, और हम जो है 50% हायर एजुकेशन की जीईआर 35 तक पहुंचने का आज हम एनईपी के बात कर रहे हैं। लेकिन एक सबसे बड़ा, बस मैं ख़त्म करना चाहूँगा, लेकिन एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात करते हुए क्योंकि हम स्पीकर्स को सुनने यहाँ बैठे हैं, और हमारे पास डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड है, ये हम सबको मालूम है। हमारे पास डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड का मैं एक पहलू लूँगा, केवल बाकी पहलू नहीं लूँगा। आज जब हम बात करते हैं मीडियन एज की, तो भारत की जो मीडियन एज है वो 28 ईयर्स है एज कंपेयर टू चाइना। द मीडियन एज ऑफ चाइना इज 39 ईयर एंड मीडियन एज ऑफ जापान इज 49 ईयर। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि जितना हमारे पास आज यूथ है, यूथ शक्ति है, वो आने वाले कई सालों तक हमारा भारत जो है उनके दम पर बहुत युवा रहने वाला है। एंड दिस इज अ डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड, और हमें यह भी पता है कि 68% भारतीय आबादी जो है वो कार्यशील आयु वर्ग में है। तो ये हुआ कि 2035 तक भारत में लगभग 1 अरब कार्यशील आयु नागरिक होंगे, लार्जेस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। लेकिन फिर गैप कहाँ है? हम जब स्किल की बात करते हैं, दोबारा स्किल की बात कर रहे हैं, और हमें ये भी पता है कि भारत के पास इतनी क्षमता है, और हमें ये भी पता है कि लगभग 30 करोड़ जो है स्किल मैन पावर पूरे दुनिया को अगले 2 साल में चाहिए, और हमें ये भी पता है कि 70% जो कैपेसिटी है वो भारत के पास है स्किल मैन पावर पूरे दुनिया को देने की। फिर वो गैप कहाँ आ रहा है? वो गैप यहीं आ रहा है कि हमें ये लगता है कि आज जो है भारत के पास संसाधन का भंडार तो है, लेकिन इसे कौशल व उत्पादकता में बदलना बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है, क्योंकि डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड नीड टू कन्वर्ट इनटू अ डेमोग्राफिक पावर। वो पावर जो है वो शिक्षित, कुशल, नवाचारी, उद्यमी और तकनीकी रूप से सक्षम युवा शक्ति, सक्षम जनशक्ति हमारे को बनाना है। आज भी हमने इतने प्रयास कर लिए, हमारे पास गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की इतनी स्कीम्स चली हुई हैं स्किल एडवोकेशन के लिए, लेकिन हमें आज भी जो है हमारी परसेंटेज जो है वो क्यों 5% के आसपास ही घूम रही है? क्यों आज यूएसए की 52% है? क्यों आज साउथ कोरिया की 93% है? इस पर बहुत जल्दी ध्यान देना होगा। और अगर इतनी बड़ी युवा आबादी शिक्षा, रोजगार व कौशल से वंचित रहती है तो डिविडेंड जो डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड है इट विल बी कन्वर्टेड इनटू अ डेमोग्राफिक बर्डन। और आईएलओ के मुताबिक, इंटरनेशनल लेबर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के मानना है कि कौशल की कमी को अगर ये दूर नहीं किया गया तो 2030 तक अपनी संभावित जीडीपी का 6 से 7% केवल और केवल इस वजह से भारत जो है वो लूज भी कर सकता है। तो कितना बड़ा चैलेंज हमारे सामने है मुझे लगता है। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि जब आज हम बात कर रहे हैं, जब हम पॉलिसी मेकिंग की बात कर रहे हैं, आज हम विजन की बात कर रहे हैं, जब हम विकसित भारत की बात कर रहे हैं, और हमें पता है कि आज विकसित भारत में पूरी दुनिया ने आज भारत का लोहा माना है, तो हम क्यों ना आज हम अपने विजन को आज हमारी जो विजन है आज उस ढंग से हम जो है इस पे चर्चा करें। आओ आज हम इस सत्र में, मुझे लगता है कि जब हम वापस जाएंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि कुछ इस तरह का आउटकम हमारे इस सत्र से निकलेगा। हमारे स्पीकर्स यहाँ बैठे हैं ताकि हम कुछ जो हैं पॉलिसी डिसीजन मेकिंग के लिए और फ्यूचर इंडिया के लिए, फ्यूचर रेडीनेस के लिए कुछ कर पाएँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू इन्वाइट फर्स्टली टू प्रोफेसर गोरीशा जोशी जी, डायरेक्टर सेस बेंगलुरु, for your remarks. slide more. Yeah. Namaste to all. Respected chairperson and all the dignitaries of the dais. I thank the chairperson for setting the context for the entire discussion. The morning also we had a very meaningful session on the UGC's enablers for development of institutional plan. Now we are going to set an actionable agenda for developing and further taking it to the next level, that is implementation of our own institutional development plan over a period of time, with achieving all the milestones, with all the effectiveness and contributing to the larger objective, not just education but the national priorities. Having said this, I'll first quote a couple of cases which most of you are also aware, just to give an introduction about the entire planning that we are actually discussing now. The first one is relating to, because I keep travel even to the countryside as well as to the state capitals. One of the rural college, I was there to discuss on the national education policy implementation. They said, sir, our college is very small college run by a society. Every day we struggle for the money, funds. We have faculty who are committed to my institutions and doing good. I cannot produce the whatever that you are expecting in terms of numbers, the big research, because even spending money from the student fund, it is not happening. It is not happening from the fee. It is all that what is the trust is providing us the funds and we are managing the institution. And I asked, what is finally your objective goal? What is that you would like to achieve as an institution? Because you are there for last 50 plus years and providing education to rural areas. He said, our mission is very simple, sir. We would like to provide the education to the rural students to come up in their life. That's all is our goal, and that's the motto of our institution. Fine. You have to check whether you are doing that or not, that's all. The case number two, there are many forward-looking institutions already achieved many milestones and they are on the good rankings and accreditation. They would like to become center of excellence and reach offshore campuses, offer dual degree programs and completely implement whatever they said in the national education policy. I think they have set already their standards and also they have set their goals for the future, next 10 years, where they would like to see themselves in the global scenario or at least in the national level. The third categories of institutions are basically the premier institutions and the institution of national importance. They are there to give the best stand to go for innovations and bring the excellence in whatever they do. So we are not expecting them to from a good teaching from them. I think we are expecting more than that they are doing quite well for a couple of years now. So they have a new standards now, new goals, targets they have set themselves through their own planning process. Then the last case is my own university, which CES is sponsoring, that is Chanakya University in Bangalore. We are a new university. Now we started working on developing our own plan for next 15 years at least, with all the 5 years benchmarks and things like that. So now we have a very tough time because national education policy is implemented and a lot of challenge that we are facing and the new university. So but what is that we are aspiring to become in next 5 years, 10 years and 15 years. So it's a wonderful exercise for us at the Chanakya University, developing that particular plan, whether we call it as institution development plan or strategic plan. So these are the 4 cases right in front of you. So you can move on with the slide. Yeah. That means every institution has their own purpose and they have their own goal, vision and mission. Sometimes there is no need to rewrite the vision also. To what kind of a area or for which purpose
they are actually serving. I think that is most important in our context. The beauty of the national education policy, it not only talks about the excellence on the one side, it also talks about upliftment of all the institutions in the country which are serving the rural mass, providing the basic necessaries of education with some kind of equality, and how to push them to the next level. So that's where the local to the global that we are talking about. The beauty of the NEPs, it gives autonomy to every institution to look at their future, visualize it, plan for the same, and put your entire efforts to achieve it in over a period of time. So that's where the context of IDP, how to bring, many a times it confuses me also. After working with a couple of universities and colleges on working on the assessment accreditation side as well as improving their teaching learning to the plannings, to the extent of planning, so it confuses me also many a times. Anyway, the agenda that what we are now, we have two actually angle for our agenda, actionable agenda. One is how to prepare IDP, and second one is what should go to the IDP. So there are two actionable agenda that we are going to discuss, myself and Professor Rajendra Kumar Joshi. For normally our sessions are known as Joshi and Joshi session. Next. Yeah, I think the larger context that every speaker normally mentions about the NEP recommendations, alignment to the Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhishtan, and we are looking forward for the new framework for assessment and accreditation, and bearing on the fund, and last one is very, very important. I think if you had gone through the VBSA bill, it also mentions very clearly, I think that the clues have been taken from the national education policy, the spirit is carried here. So the IDP is going to become one of the important documents for the regulatory purpose and as well as for assessment and accreditation purpose. So that means in the days to come, IDP is going to become kind of a mandatory document for funding, for regulation, renewal of your license, get accredited. For all this purpose, IDP is going to become one of the key documents. And what VBSA NEP talks about, the self-disclosure, transparency, putting the all data onto the website for the public disclosure, for everything, what is that yardstick to see whether you are doing or you are following something, on what basis you are given the approval, and finally, so what is that makes you to do all this, that comes from the National IDP, Institutional Development Plan. So as a matter of accountability, establishing the accountability, so this document is going to become one of the important document. So there are two things, one is letter and spirit. The moment we say the VBSA bill, regulatory, accreditation, the funding, the IDP is must, then it is letter. So what is the spirit then? I think that's where we need to discuss as academicians and leaders at all levels in education. So we are moving towards compliances to commitment. So I think most of the time we, waste, or I don't know, we are utilizing our time for many compliances. Now I think this is a great opportunity the educational institutions in the country is getting to shift from compliances to commitment, and this is what the spirit I am talking about. Next. This is the scenario, I think morning also Professor was talking on this. So we are now aiming to become a global knowledge superpower and build the institutions at par with the global level institutions and bring that excellence. On the other hand, still we are working on accessibility, affordability, equity, and the sentence that we are taking as a combining all the pillars, that is providing, or getting access to affordable quality education for all. So that is the new mantra. So where quality is added, but again the thing is, it must be affordable, accessibility should be there, and it is for all means equity and inclusion. So that's actually the main principle of National Education Policy 2020. And now, when you say this statement, automatically it leads to another one, that is accountability. So these are all the things which making us to, set our own goals, targets in short term to the long term. So that's the reason IDP is not a government document or a compliance document. This is our own commitment for our own institutional development. So the beautifully point, it is an institutional development plan. It is not to fulfill certain requirements, regulatory requirements, or provide the document to the assessment and accreditation agency. It is beyond that. This is to have my own milestones, which I would like to reach in couple of years from now, putting all my effort, whether it is human resource or building or all other infrastructure and funding, research, innovation. Again, let me quote again from where I started. It is according to your own institutional vision, maybe an old vision, absolutely no problem. So contemporarily how we have to put into the actions, I think that becomes more important, and that's where you become relevant for today and tomorrow. In that context, so which community or which section of the society or which geographical area, so for which purpose you are serving, are you able to achieve that meaningfully, effectively? I think that's where done with your all the targets that you have set. So in the process, because no institution would like to be stay remained as certain levels, they always look for more students, starts a new campus, let's go for a benchmarking, accreditation, ranking, NRF and global ranking, QS, etc. So I think maybe the phase may be different. All the cars will not go in the same speed, and sometimes road also doesn't permit for that. More than road, sometimes even the signal lights, the regulatory framework will not permit for that speed. So if we're keeping in that mind, how that institution visualize its own growth, so that's actually the spirit of this institutional development plan. So I am preparing this for my own development, my own growth. I am not doing it for a compliances, because I have to submit it to accreditation agency, regulatory agency, funding agency. So that's where I get my fund. No, it is beyond that, because this is where I am looking at my own institutional growth. So that's the reason I am planning. So if you keep that spirit, so we'll go to the next slide. So in the largely why we are doing all this, that's where I think we need to link today to the national priorities. So I will give a simple example. A rural area college, I will take the again. So they would like to serve that rural community of 25 kilometers range. I think that is always linked to the national priority. You take the Vikasit Bharat goal, what are the 5 pillars are there? So this education institution is serving one of the pillar. So otherwise you lose that particular community, student from that community, from that locality. So an institution which is working for an excellence and bringing, putting their mark on the global scenario, so they are also contributing to the Viksit Bharat. So I think we need, and we must understand these levels are always there, and I think we need to give what needs to be done for these institutions and what is required for these institutions to move on the ladder and also do and achieve whatever the targets they have in sync with the national priorities. So are they contributing for that? So that is where I am looking at the exercise of developing an institutional development plan. So now this is not a centralized system that somebody is asking the institutions to prepare IDP. So I am observing the many institutions, specifically directly comes under the central government, are now preparing IDPs, and they are putting on their website, and also I think so they submitted to the regulatory agencies, etc. I think it percolates to even the last institution where they need to start working on this IDP. It is not just a job of vice chancellor or a principal or a leader of the institution. I think it is the job of all the stakeholders, specifically those who are directly linked with the institutions. So from the centralized to the individual higher education institution, this plan goes. That's the reason when you are developing a plan, it is not just an institution plan developed by a committee or an individual or a head of the institution. That is from each individual who are working and contributing in the institution. Maybe an external person and maybe an internal person, what we call external and internal stakeholders. So students have a say here, alumni has a say here, faculty has to work, and all the unit level plans should come together and should make institutional development plan. In some cases we are going in a wrong direction, that we are preparing an institutional plan and going to the units. I think that will not work. So if the unit level, department level, division level, if they prepare a plan and next integrate at the institution level, I think that works better. So that's where I am talking about the from centralized to the individual higher education institution level, this planning is shift. So now the moment you prepare your own plan and you are submitting to all the bodies and you are giving it for assessment and accreditation, so that means you are saying that I am committed to it. Not only that, I am accountable for the same. So accountability and the self-disclosure norms also will be there, and it is my own commitment, so through which I am assuring not the regulatory agency, I am not assuring to the assessment accreditation agency, I am actually assuring to the students who are coming to us, the faculty who are working in the institutions. And finally, it is my own accountability or commitment to my own vision, and I am, as a management or as trust, I am running this institution, so it is finally my own institutional growth. The entire perspective of this plan, I think many a times we talk from the letter point of view, that is regulatory point of view, etc. The spirit point is it is for my own institutional development. So this perspective will definitely add value to entire our exercise. So our planning is not that we sit, a few of us sit and do the things, and there is a process. I think that's where the previous speaker in the morning stopped. There is a process. So that process actually, we can make it meaningful process if we really think about establishing those accountability within our plan and spread that across the entire institution, so that effective implementation becomes possible in a very easy way or in a handy way. So otherwise, plans will remain as plans, I think, and the implementation we miserably fail. And again, we will all stand up to say that good plan, but we failed in implementation. And we quote all historical facts. So this was happened in our country. So one more that we have done. So I think the very important thing which I said, compliances to commitment, that is nothing but outcome focus rather than the input. So I think tomorrow you have a session on the assessment, or in the next session, assessment accreditation linking to the IDP. So the entire, what is that happening, the thinking level at least, which I am aware, A also comes with an outcome based approach. So that entire, even VBSA bill is completely on the outcome that is focused. What is expected from this institution? So what outcome is going to come from the system? So from institution to the system level. So that's the reason the focus is on outcome, not on the input. And I think the very important thing is, what is that I am going to achieve from all this? Because NEP has given certain kind of a roadmap for all of us, and subsequent a lot of guidelines, documents have come, regulations, etc. So where we would like to see, or what is the path we have chosen for next at least 15 years till 2040, let us say. So that is basically to make our own institutions multidisciplinary institution which provides holistic nature of education with the learner-centric approach. So the whole exercise, what is that we have to do as an institution, the primary thing is how to build this learner-centric, multidisciplinary, holistic education institution. I think that's the first thing, the very foundation that we need to look into as a target. So that's the reason there are 9 enablers are there, it is integrated in that also, but more specifically where all types of institutions are there. So I think that is the very primary thing. So how I have to develop this? My institution should become multidisciplinary, offering a multidisciplinary programs. And I must approach. It is very easy to conduct a workshops and say all the faculty, you start tomorrow all experiential learning and learner-centric approach. I think that requires time, and again, lot of interventions has to be done. What is my plan for that? So all this we should not miss in a hurry, that I look at the very high level kind of standards, and it is possible for some of the creamy layer institutions, but not for all. And I think this is where the 3 things which IDP largely, so if you would like to define what is that IDP, it's actually planning of my own initiatives, assess our own progress and reach the goals, and look at the things and do assessment, and if necessary plan it again, revisit. So plan is not a static document. So your own plan, after few years, revisit, redo the work, do modifications, if necessary take all the corrective actions. Before UGC came up with the 9 enablers framework, the Capacity Building Commission of India have come up this particular Panchamrita framework for IDP. Again, there are 5 things are there, but it is largely covered, not completely covered in IDP of UGC document as well. So, the governance part, teaching learning as a very critical factor, technology, that is the time which we are now, a lot of technological shifts happening, and outreach and partnership. I think institutions are quite good in this, many institutions, how to build on that, and finally research and skill development. I think these are the 5 things, the powerful package given by the central agency to think about in the initial stages of implementation of NEP. So, I will go to the next slide. Yeah, for me the first thing is, as I already mentioned, how to make my institution a multidisciplinary education institution with a learner-centric approach. Many a times we will not understand, I need to have a plan for my own pedagogical advancement, institutionalization of learner-centric education, and also bring the innovations in very primary duty of a particular educational institution. So, I think normally we miss on that. So, what mechanism that we work out for next couple of years. Faculty professional development, I think to whatever that you prepare an IDP, you talk about the big programs, multidisciplinary, all the things, but finally who delivers, it is the faculty members. I think there is a need. The recent study which CES has conducted, my own organization has conducted by number of states that we have done a large survey, it has clearly shows what gaps are there in faculty development. So, I think it is the one of the very key thing that is to be addressed immediately. Otherwise, what is that always we talk about effective implementation, it never happens. So, the faculty has to take it to the ground level, to the grassroots level, to the classroom, so to the students. So, that is the reason I think a lot of investment, the institutions as well as the system should do, otherwise we will again make the same complaint tomorrow. Access and equity, still it is an issue today. So, I think how to make the inclusivity, how to bring the inclusivity, you should be focus of an institution. So, not as a regulatory or a mandatory affair. Next one. So, finally, I will just talk about the funding and then I will go to the assessment accreditation. So, the IDP is one of the key things even for deciding on the funding. So, I plan everything, research, innovations, my infrastructure, my faculty development and curriculum, what program I am going to offer, everything that I plan with all the enablers finally comes to the, whether you have money or not. I think we need to have a complete, workable, feasible, very pragmatic financial plan for my own institution. So, whether I get fund from the government or if it is a private institution, is that fees are going to serve me, or I have an access to other type of funds, or trust is supporting, or what are the other type of options which I have. So, I think it is not just your operational functional kind of a funding that I am talking about, for all the overall development which you have already planned through your IDP, which you would like to reach or would like to achieve, whether my financial plan serving that or not. So, that is the entire discussion we need to do while preparing the plan. Finally, I will come to assessment accreditation. Now we are A plus, some grades we will get, but now onwards I think we will move to the maturity based grading system. So, as we become matured in our institutional quality management and achievement, so we get good grading as well as we get autonomy. So, the autonomy status of an institution is very much linked with the maturity based accreditation, assessment and accreditation process. In the whole thing, if you look at even the VBSA bill, it talks about very clearly. So, and NEP has given this from a degree, from a normal college, affiliated college to degree granting college, and having the classification of research intensive and teaching intensive universities, and even building to the global level. I think if any institution is aspiring to become an autonomous degree granting college in next 10-15 years, I think your plan should also be integrated with how I move on the assessment and accreditation process. Your 9 enablers explicitly will not talk about. The basic funda thing is, if you do this 9, you will get assessment accreditation. But keeping an eye, planning for your assessment and quality enhancement is an essential ingredient. Whether you part of your 9 enablers or not, must be going to the discussion and details of your IDP. So, next. Yeah, I'm stopping. Yes, I'm on time. So, it is programmed here after conducting so many programs. Anyway, that's what. The very important thing is look at your institution and prepare the plan. So not from the compliance point of view, letter and the spirit. So first look at the spirit. So letter will always be try to meet. So then I think we'll be able to not only develop a good IDP, but really pragmatically we can implement the IDP and see that success in our institution linking to the national priorities. Thanks a lot for listening to me. Joshi sir, over to you.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful address. I now welcome Professor Rajendra Kumar V. Joshi for his address.
Good afternoon. Chair Professor Bansal, esteemed guests, audiences, Vice Chancellors, leaders, and my colleague Gaurish. As Gaurish mentioned, it's a bit of a jugalbandi. I continue from where he has left off. Okay. Before that, let me set a few things. The morning session, after the inaugural, when we had a session here, we had an excellent session on case of IIM, where Professor Rai talked about, wonderful, I enjoyed that presentation. But I want to bring the other part of it, which is our larger picture as a nation. I think it was Amartya Sen who said some years ago that India's best is also world's best. But our problem is our average. India's best is definitely world's best, but our average is an issue. And what is our average in the context of higher education? Okay. Even today, we have about, I think the data was given by Professor Rai, around 50,000 colleges exist. That's a number, highest number, very large number of colleges. But more significant than that is 85% of our enrollment is in undergraduate education. Yeah. And in fact, across the world, this is true and definitely true of India. For 80 to 85% of the students, first degree is the terminal degree. They do not pursue anything beyond that. I'm only saying this to highlight how critical it is to focus on undergraduate education, and which will help us to raise our average if we have to meet all the possibilities that exist for us as a nation today. Everybody is saying this is an era which belongs to us as a nation. But without, as the chair was saying earlier, without right kind of education, well-equipped human resource, the so-called demographic dividend will become a demographic drag on the nation. So our average has to move and move up. So let's look at IDP as an instrument of that kind of a change. Okay? It may sound a little pedantic when I say this. I was talking to, some of colleagues, they were making fun of NAC. So what happened after NAC, all people did was to paint their buildings and presented it. I said, don't make light of this, what they have done. Because many of them at least did that after many years. It's not a small thing. It hadn't happened for many years. Okay? So there is a possibility of a movement. It becomes an instrument. It may not move exactly at the pace we want, exactly the way we want it. That depends on so many other factors. But the fact remains that IDP, let's also look at IDP as an instrument of this possibility of raising our average. Okay? Keeping what are possible for us today, one as an institution and also as a society. Yeah. So Gaurish talked about what is its role, how does it fit into larger context of accreditation, funding, teaching, learning, and other things. Now the real crux is how do we do it? I mean, we also need to be aware of the process. Okay, and the process obviously starts with some smaller group of people set there. They take up the task of thinking of institution in a long range, at least about 15 years, what we want to achieve. And what an institution can achieve in 15 years is not the same for every institution. IDP is only helping us to stretch as much as we can stretch. So it is about our stretchability. It is tempting us to stretch and stretch. Obviously, some people can stretch more than some others. That's the reality. Yeah? The committee obviously has a consultation with various stakeholders. We'll come to that. And also, it's very important to arrive at the IDP is a child of NEP. Okay? So, what is the expectation of NEP? In fact, we jointly did at least, I think, maybe 100 or so NEP awareness programs in different colleges after the policy was approved by the Government of India. And one of our questions used to be to the faculty and even the leadership in the colleges. We largely went to colleges or state universities. How many of you have read the policy document? And this is what they have said. Yeah, you wanted to say? Oh, sorry, I didn't. Yeah, thanks for responding. I was not raising a question. It was a rhetorical one. I was telling you what we did. Somebody immediately said, she was prompt enough to say, no, I have read. Thank you for that. When we asked, usually the number of people who have read the document is generally never crossed single digit. This was a tragedy. And we used to, in fact, later we even started saying, take the higher education component only of the NEP, which is about 30 odd pages out of the 60 and odd pages, and send it by mail and tell the college that please circulate this to everybody so that at least you push them to read. It improved a little, but not much. But they all had a lot of anxieties. There were questions, criticisms, no, this won't work, this is some fancy thing, this is American, this is that. Yeah? But the point is, all their anxieties largely came from newspaper headlines. I think it's very important if we are setting into the task of setting up our IDP for wherever I am, whichever institution I belong to, I think I need to understand NEP thoroughly, both the letter and the spirit. What does it say? I think it's one of the most important documents we have produced in last 3 decades. Yeah. So therefore, definitely, I think it is worth a serious read. So first requirement for preparation is look at the policy, understand, perhaps discuss among ourselves as a community of whichever institution we belong to, seek some guidance. If there is a doubt, somebody else will be there around to clarify it. So that's very important. Then we set our own vision, our own goals, and it always depends on, I think it was, I don't remember who said it, one of the American presidents. The question is always, what can I do with where I am and what I have? That's the, in life, that is a primary question. It's not where I am or what I am, but with this, what can I do? So our vision goal has 2 elements. One is the sky where I want to reach. Okay. Hopefully, if I don't reach the sky, at least I'll reach the treetop. But I am also rooted. I know my reality. My college has not been painted for years, or there are less faculty, or there is a money issue, the kind of students, there could be plethora. I'm sure all of us are aware of it. We all come from different kinds of institutions. So our visioning, our goal setting has to depend on our context. Next one, please. So stakeholders are a variety of them. We need to look at all of them because I think more consultation, though it is sometimes quite tedious to consult, it is very tempting to, somebody sit and do it. but I think it is still worth it. If we want the ownership, then consultation is a must. I think after AICTE made, I worked in the engineering education space for quite some time, did a lot of training with engineering college teachers for about 8-9 years. I must have visited around at least 250 engineering colleges across the country. Everybody, AICTE made it mandatory, everybody has put vision, mission, there are big boards, okay. If we randomly ask a faculty member or a student, can you please tell me what is your vision and mission? Okay. We know the answer, I mean, yeah. So that is because it has been prepared by the leadership, perhaps in with a consultant helping us to write, which is a reality again, yeah. Yeah. Therefore, in fact, I worked in an undergraduate aided college in a very small town to begin my career. And my principal had a very nasty habit. We had our vision and mission, and he will stand outside when the college starts. That was his everyday practice. He will just catch hold of any student, any teacher, say, what is the vision, mission? Early morning, this is 8:30 question, okay. And of course, you don't expect, so suddenly perhaps you cannot even recall. And he had a very nice, he was a very benign man, not at all threatening. He says, okay, take out your ID card, because we had printed it behind the ID card. Read it in front of me once. Okay, now go. So, I mean, that may not be the only way of doing it. That may not be the optimum way of doing it. I'm not recommending it to everybody. Yeah. Even I was bugged when it was done to me. But the fact is, I think it drove an important lesson. Unless there is an ownership on what we set, it's very difficult to fulfill, or it is very difficult to work towards it and face all the hardships that come along the way. Yeah. Otherwise, it will be not possible. Yeah. Okay, there are external stakeholders, there are internal stakeholders, both are important. Both bring in a very critical input, and it's very important to consult them, learn from them, and build a consensus across, because then the external stakeholders will at least hold us to the ground. They are from our locality, they are from where our students perhaps get jobs. Yeah. Internal are our own people who always want to do something big. So together we get into a balance which is workable, manageable, realistic. Yeah. Next one, please. Yeah. So yeah, run it fully, the slide. Yeah. Run it, whole page you run it. So there are different steps which we have discussed so far. Some happen before, some during. It's a phase-wise we are going to implement. As we said, we start with NEP, letter and spirit, which is, I think, absolutely critical. Yeah, very, very critical. Because what happened is, now the policy is about close to 5.5 years old. And after that, lot of UGC circulars, new program structure, everything has come. We get caught into those details. 4 year, it should be this way, how many credits, certificate is how many, diploma is how many, all these we get into this. But in this whole jungle of details, we should not lose the spirit of what the policy stands for. Therefore, that becomes the priority. Then, keeping our reality, prepare a baseline with strength, weakness, opportunity, challenge, analysis. What happened? Okay, fine. Analysis. Then prepare a roadmap, and then we start implementing. The roadmap becomes critical because we go phase-wise. We may want to reach somewhere, but that can't happen overnight. Perhaps we will have to look at in terms of 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, then 15 years, at least 4 or 5 levels of phases we have to. So these are the steps as an institution, as somebody who is a responsible member of the institution, I need to keep in mind if I am serious about IDP. Yeah, next please. Yeah, I mean this is an extension of that. When we do a SWOT analysis, we also recognize what are the gaps in our system. What is it that we have not focused? What is our strength on which we can play more? Where are we weak, where we need to seek help or work towards, and that moves us towards our aspirational goals. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah. Yeah, please run the next also. Yeah. So when we make SWOT analysis, there are internal factors, there are external factors. There are internal factors are, what is perhaps with our control, little more in our control. External are usually external in terms of the world, the employment, funding, which may be little out of our control. There are some examples of that, but they could be different for each institution. What is strength here may not be the strength elsewhere. So we need to look at the strength, weakness, opportunity, challenges. So we leverage on our strength, work towards overcoming our weaknesses so that we can leverage on the opportunity and cross all the challenges that we have on the way. So the group that sets to do it must seriously do this very objective analysis. There is no point saying we are doing well. I think it's better to be little, not so gung-ho about it, very, very critical about where we are, because that will help us. In fact, I remember the small college where I worked, we were one of the first 25 colleges which went for assessment way back in 95. Yeah, 95. NAC was just around the corner, had just come in. And when some of us moved the idea that we should go, management said, no, we are a small college, small town, if the grade becomes less, then it will be a problem for us. And our argument, which I still sincerely believe is what we should always take the stand as, I am more interested in assessment to begin with rather than accreditation. If my assessment is objective and if I work towards what my assessment tells me, accreditation will anyway flow. It will come. It might take some more time, but it will come. So I think it becomes very important. Next one, sir. Yeah. I think this is something that I feel very strongly. The first three are Gaurish has already actually covered, so let me also not go detail. Because what has happened is the kind of policy restriction we have lived with since independence. As an institution, let's say as a college in some small corner in the country, I am more reactive. The government is saying something, state is saying something, I do it. Or there is a challenge, something, I try to solve. It has been more reactive. Okay? Now, NEP opens the possibility that we can be proactive, go beyond compliance. Now I can visualize what I want to be. Okay? At least policy has opened that door. I think it's one of the most progressive policies that we have had. So we should use that opportunity, and therefore NEP in its spirit wants us to independently chart the course of our institution in a larger context of national priorities. But this is where there is a challenge. Who is somebody like me, an average faculty member? If my college decides that we should get into IDP, and let's say some of us are part of the team, I come from pure teaching a certain discipline. I have invested 30, 40 years in mastering a certain discipline. Now I am teaching it. Okay? But visioning, preparing an IDP requires a much larger picture of education, of institution building, of larger society, national priorities, which may or may not be part of my natural thinking. Yeah? Therefore, I am provocatively suggesting something. I don't know who can do it. Government should ideally do it, but at least we should take, perhaps even in Vidyabharati, it's worth exploring this. I think we should train and prepare some kind of what I call an IDP champion, who can perhaps take care of few institutions, go and train a team which is actually into the process of preparing an IDP. Because that way we will ensure that it works. As again, Chairman was saying in his initial remarks, that this is our opportunity, this time that we are in, to change many things. The demographic dividend that we are talking constantly, no nation stays with demographic dividend more than 30 to 40 years. That's a part of general biology. We will also age very soon, right? So in that sense, this is our window. And therefore, this becomes a good instrument to build great institution which will turn out great manpower, human resource, and which will build a national priorities are fulfilled, and it will build the nation. So I think it's very important that we invest in training people how to prepare IDP. I think this is important. In fact, I go ahead and say, Gaurish was talking of professional development as one of the components. The NEP visualizes that in 15 years' time, there will be no affiliated colleges. Everybody is supposed to become either a constituent college or a degree awarding autonomous college. Okay? Now, what does it mean to go from being a college to a university? Which is also one of the requirements of a professional development. In fact, I worked in a large engineering college which became a university within two years of my going there. And all of us were struggling. What does it mean to be a university? We were just imitating what the state university to which we were affiliated. In which case, why did we become one? Okay. So therefore, I think it is important to prepare the human resource in higher education so that we use these levers that they have given us, IDP being an important one, to build great institution which will help to build a great nation. Next one, please. Yeah. I'll not go into the detail, but higher education has a large social and academic mission, and what we are doing through NEP, through IDP, is using higher education to meet the social and academic mission of higher education. There is a social mission of access, equity, integrating skills. There is also the other thing of promoting holistic education, multidisciplinarity. So this is the IDP is a lever to achieve many of these things. Yeah, next one. This is the last one. This has been talked by the previous session. Gaurish also mentioned. I'll not go into it, but only one thing. These levers are not just for implementing IDP. Beyond that, it also means it enables to fulfill social academic mission of higher education in fulfilling the national mission of Viksit Bharat by 2047. That's our window of time we have, next few years. And that's where we need to work on. Thank you very much. Is it okay, time-wise?
Both Joshis, Professor Gaurish and Professor Rajendra, made a wonderful presentation. And I'm sure that whatever you have pondered upon, that, yeah, we have all adopted NEP, or we are in the process of adopting NEP. But NEP, you both rightly said that NEP clearly articulates the aspiration of creating large, multidisciplinary, autonomous and research-oriented institutions that must function as a center of excellence. And what does it mean, center of excellence? Because center of excellence does not limit to ranking or infrastructure, but it lies in the institution's ability to nurture competent professionals, ethical leaders, more important, critical thinkers, innovators, and most important, responsible citizens. It is not important to become a man of success, but it is important to become a man of character. Thank you very much. And now this house is open and we can take your questions. Firstly, give your brief introduction before asking the question, and then you can put your question in very brief. Yes, please. Yes. You have. Yeah, mic लाइए. Yes.
Thank you very much. Myself, I am Dr. Om Prakash Sharma. I am Pro-President to Jagannath University, NAC A-Grade University. And thank you very much for providing me the opportunity to speak on. My question is basically related to consultancy and funds to be generated for private universities. As rightly pointed out by both the Professor Joshis, I would just like to add on a supplement in my question before the question is being put forward. Number one is, of course, we are NAC A-grade university, and next time also, because the new 10 grade system has come wherein
You have
either we will
emphasized twice that you are NAC A grade.
yeah, sorry.
Yes.
So, but what I am saying is, before I am putting forward my question, that if 10 grade system comes and binary 1 or 0 or 1, either accredited or non-accredited comes, still we will be accredited. That is our confidence. But the thing is, because in previous system, consultancy and generating the fund was the prime importance. In 10 grade system, if still we are not focusing on consultancy and funds to be generated in private university, still we will get the, say, accreditation. But the question lies, how to generate the fund in private universities? No, promoters never give. Promoters never give. They keep on asking. Yeah. Sir, how the, yeah, correct. Yes. How could IDP can help us, like
What-
private universities, to generate the funds?
Okay. Yeah, it's possible. One thing is you talked about through consultancy. I think that's a entirely different ball game altogether. You need that kind of capabilities. If you through your assessment, if that capabilities are not developed within your institution till now, I think now it's part of your agenda in the IDP to put how to improve the institutional capabilities, faculty to get that consultancy project, etc. You asked a question about funding to the private institutions. Now I go with the spirit of the any private institution because one of the high court in India, so they mentioned very clearly there is nothing called private, everything is public. The case was regarding the school education to call public schools. With that spirit I'm talking about, otherwise the ownership remains with you. The point is, it is all, philanthropic approach that actually the key for the entire managing and running the institution. So that's the reason if you take the law also, it gives approval for a society, trust or a not for profiting institution. That means basically Companies Act. So that means your funding comes from where? Your funding comes from the main source, that is a philanthropic source. Now the philanthropy doesn't mean that only the owner, single person who is actually started the institution, normally we call them as owner, but they are not the owners but the custodians of the institution. So they have to first put the money, that is what normally we think. So there are institutions, as an example, in our country, in the private sector, they are actually taking the money from many and running the institutions. And they are the big institutions I'm talking about, not a small institution. So that is the one thing, this philanthropic approach, I think how you bring that philanthropic spirit into your institution is very critical. Second one is, for what purpose you need money? That is again, to give salary or for your research activities or to develop a center of excellence. For example, today Government of India under many agencies, there are schemes to apply for center of excellence, research funding. So ICSSR is doing, ANRF is doing, you get in all the discipline, you get a lot of funding for research work. So center of excellence is again, there are schemes. In addition to that, if you are able to develop, because you are a NAC A-grade institution, I believe that you have a good faculty who can connect with the industry and get the projects. So that your capabilities that decide to get the funds from the industry. So otherwise easily will not come money for your organization. And let us not think that the NEP, IDP will get the money from government. So I think government institutions itself, they are struggling to get the money from the government, and I don't think so for the private institutions in the future also.
Let me just add, since you asked very pointedly IDP, I think with that kind of a NAC grading, and if you have a good, excellent IDP document, it becomes a good way of approaching new donors. See, the biggest problem, I think there is enough money in the country and there are many willing people. But any giver has a biggest anxiety, what is my money going to do once it is given to them? Including alumni. Yeah, everybody. So therefore, IDP can be a good instrument to make your institution attractive for other donors to donate. I agree, one same person or same family cannot keep on giving. You will have to expand your base. But other fellow has to feel that sense of trust to give. And IDP can be a good way of publicly demonstrating that, yes, we are worth it, please invest in us.
As being in the private institution, till date, if you have in your mind that the student is a consumer, then this is the problem. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm Professor Umesh Gupta, Dean of Academic Affairs at JK Lakshmipat University, 15 years younger university, philanthropic initiative of JK organization. My pointed question is on IDP. We already have some action plans, statutes and ordinances, and action plan for all the stakeholders also, like IQAC. Now the term comes like IDP is not a kind of very new document, it's an old document. But when we say IDP, are you saying that we need to recreate it and then those statutes and ordinances will be integrated to IDP? Second question is how government enablers will facilitate private university in execution of IDP from compliance to commitment? Because nowadays we have become data centers, compliances and compliances. So how the government enablers also will enable us to go away from compliance to commitment, to be very, very honest. Thank you.
I think if you have already had many things in place, there is no need to reinvent the wheel again and again. But perhaps IDP has thought fairly comprehensively about it. In fact, the UGC document that came, which is a kind of a guide to prepare IDP, is a very good exhaustive document. Keeping that in mind, if you think there is a need to modify, tweak, I think one should go ahead. Because perhaps that was done, as you yourself said, some time back, and you have been running. And perhaps running it well, you are happy with it. But the idea is not to be happy with what we have, to grow further. So if it can help, I think it's worth making an effort to redo or revise or review what you have already. Yeah.
Just to add to the sir, you talked about even ordinance and your own institutional governance mechanism. So I think whatever that internally it is there, I think as Joshi sir said, you can go ahead. So otherwise you no need to worry about whether you have to make a statutory changes into your university. I think that takes little more time. So when the things will come in for an implementation at the government level, I think it comes to your level, so you have to make it mandatorily. So till that time you no need to worry about that. So making a comprehensive plan, whether you call it a strategic plan or an IDP, it is, I think, absolutely no problem. Your second part of the question with the enablers, how the government is going to enable this. That's where I think we are at least optimistic in terms of VBSA bill. If it comes, you don't have a multiple regulators. You'll have a single regulatory agency, faceless kind of an approach for your entire application, renewal, etc. So technology enabled. And there is nobody is there to scrutiny everything, then go behind them. So it is a faceless kind of a technology. They are going to adopt it. And a very functional based kind of an approach they are following under the verticals coming under the VBSA bill. So I think all these are in pipeline. So once is able to approved by the appropriate authorities. So hopefully at least I am optimistic in that way that many of our compliances burden will definitely reduce, because we are talking about one nation, one data, and everything goes on the commission or regulatory agency website also. So it is all AI integrated website they are thinking about. So the one data that provides whichever the format it requires, it will go. So that is what actually the promise comes from the agencies. So hopefully it will going to be implemented soon.
Yes.
Chavi ko namaskar. Very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Professor Ipohol Meiti, Director Research and Development Cell, Manipur University, Imphal. I just would like to just get some insight on two counts. One is the integration of skill development in higher education. It is becoming an important component in the NEP 2020 as well. And India's skill development level is comparatively much, much lower than any other countries like South Korea, having 96%, Japan and Germany is 80 and 75 like that. So that way, the kind of a skill development activities that we are having, will it be commensurate to be a part of India's Viksit Bharat or just India's to become the third largest economy of the India? So that's why I just would like to know some suggested models or the status whatsoever we are having. That's number one question. And number two is we are also having another component is the internationalization of the Indian higher education system. So what could be the process and what could be the status and the way forward for making Indian higher education to be internationalized and India can become the global educational destination. So a few points and observations I just would like to seek from the experts, please. Thank you, sir.
I think you're right. The skill part is critical for us as a nation aspiring to do things. Skill has few elements. One is what kind of skills. I mean, skills have shelf life. You know, the skills don't last too long. I mean, skills keep changing. Yeah. So what kind of skills are we looking for next 30, 40 years? Kind of that awareness. And secondly, we cannot, entire education cannot be skill. I think that will be undoing of education. Okay? Skill needs to be integrated. Policy very clearly is very clear on that. It's not that we are going to become a skill education place. Okay? But there is enough flexibility today in the way course and the program structure is suggested that you could always build a certain element of certain part of it for a skill. Skill perhaps for which training facility is available in your vicinity. Perhaps your place is known for something which can be the advantage for your students to be skilled in and they can go forward. So that is one way of looking at the skill part of it. Yeah.
Just to add, now as an university, you can definitely float course, integrate very much with your 4-year undergraduate program. Specifically, it's possible to have a vocational minor also with the new credit structure given by the UGC. So one is the skill integration as a course of 3 credit, 4 credit as a generic skills or even the professional skills. Or also you can go for a vocational minor in the major minor combinations. You can go for a vocational minor in your 4-year undergraduate program. That is possible. The whole mission is to empower the youth for build their own career and contribute to the overall development of the economy. So that's where we talk about Viksit Bharat. So that's the first part of your.
Take a mic.
As per the NHQF, National Higher Education Qualification Framework, integration is trying to be made in the general education as for the skill, the element, the skill enhancement paper. That is very, very nominal. And that's why maybe about 4 credit points in a semester.
No, don't go in details with it.
So that's why
the main, Professor, the main thing is.
Main issue is, I just want, I'll come to the point. As the credit is so small, that's why even if it is integrated, it doesn't give much of the impactful result. That's number one point. Number two, in some of the states, skill universities are coming up. so that they can just come out a specialized kind of skills for employability and also aligning with the industry demand. So that's why, can we just have some sort of a program and policies
Okay,
for the
okay,
national
okay.
level?
Now I'm stopping
One
you here.
skill university
Professor, I am
to-
stopping you here because we have a less time
Oh.
and we have other.
Sure.
The
Thank you, sir.
one thing, it is very clear that there is a NHEQF. Have you gone through with the NHEQF? And we also have a NHSQF. Now, how to have a proper align in between these two, that is very important. For example, I am giving the example of my university. What I have done, in my university, every student, whether the student is an undergraduate or a postgraduate student, we have made it compulsory that every student who will pass out, we will not award a degree until and unless the student will earn at least the 10 credits the skill enhancement course. That we have made it compulsory. So slowly and steadily we are taking the steps here.
Like the 4 credits which you are talking about is first year exit point. That is a 4 credit for the vocational program. And that too, if they exit, then that's the applicable. So otherwise, within the credit structure, you have more credits to offer. That's what I said. You can go for a minor in vocational. And NHUKF, the integration, what is the graduate attributes at the different semester level, that is basically talking about the 21st century skills or employability skills. And I think clearly we need to distinguish these two. I think then only it is possible to, whether we can take it at the generic skill level or the vocational skill level.
We can take one more, quick question. You want? Okay, let her and then after.
Namaskar. The session was very informative and very useful, though it was very difficult to listen any session after having a lunch. Sir, I am Dr. Seema Agarwal, currently principal of a 60-year-old women college in Jaipur. My question is that we have been NAC accredited, but whenever we do all these accreditation process, people told us you have to reframe your vision. Is it necessary to reframe?
No, not at all.
We have been
This is
advised by. See,
why
because
when the neck is coming,
No.
that was the Professor Joshi was mentioning that at least a year before they started a great planning that
And sir,
whitewash
we
and
are
all.
very
But
fortunate that
but
our
vision cannot be changed in between
founders
until
were
and
very visionary. The vision were to extend the outreach of women's education, to empower through capacity building, and we know that definition of capacity building changed from time to time. To inculcate them to inform choices available. So we all find that there is no reason to change the vision, shift the vision.
I think vision, I think we will not change at 5 years. We will not be able to achieve a vision in 5 years in many a times. So changing vision is not advisable. Mission can be changed
Yeah,
to
mission
achieve that
can be
vision.
Process can be changed, but
Yeah,
vision
no,
is the same.
there is one thing that people have not understood. See, all this vision come from a different philosophy. Otherwise, olden days, with 60-year-old college you're talking about, that is not their vision, that is their purpose.
Yes.
So I think in such case, if you have a next level vision, you can always revisit. So otherwise, changing of vision for every NAC accreditation is a crime.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And it's your vision. Nobody else has a right to say what your vision should be.
yeah.
That's your vision.
Thank you so much, sir, for this very insightful session. I am Professor Neeru Tandon, Principal Vikramajit Singh Sanatan Dharm College, Kanpur, and it is 105 years old institution, and it has got its legacy like Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay ji was our student, alumni, hostler. So we have that kind of punya bhumi over there. Coming to the thing that you mentioned, and it was very eye-opening, when we talk about IDP, just one question, like you mentioned many stakeholders. So which stakeholder should have the maximum influence on IDP design and why? And how to resolve conflicting expectations among stakeholders? This is one thing. And a second part, just to mention that now we are talking about NAC, we are eagerly waiting when the doors will open and we will go ahead, like we have a vision to convert it into an autonomous college. But the thing is that NAC is like Godot, is still waiting. So this is something, anything sooner we are going to get it, or we'll have to wait again. Thank you so much.
I think your second part of the question is as open to anybody as it is. How to.
You have a special session on the IDP and assessment accreditation. Maybe the next session.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
I'll attend that.
yeah, I just want to quickly take a minute, sir. A stakeholder who is important. It just brought me, I remembered what had happened, which I read in the history of that institution. IIM Ahmedabad, first director of IIM Ahmedabad, we normally don't realize it, was Vikram Sarabhai. He was a temporary director till before Mathai was brought in as the first director of IIM Ahmedabad. And because of Vikram Sarabhai, it went to Ahmedabad. Perhaps it was otherwise gone to Bombay because the first one was in Calcutta already. Yeah, because their family he brought it there. He wanted it to be an undergraduate education college, BBA if you want to use today's language. But before that, he had set a simple line saying that this will be a faculty-driven institution. So somebody has written a book on IIM Ahmedabad. He has recounted that staff meeting where there was a heated argument for 2 hours between faculty and Vikram Sarabhai. He fighting for undergraduate. They say no, it has to be, the graduates will come in, so it's a postgraduate, what it is today. Yeah. In the end, Vikram Sarabhai took out dramatically his white hanky and said, peace, since we have said that this will be faculty-driven institution, it shall be so, even though I don't agree with this. So you have to decide who's the most important stakeholder.
Thank you very much. Now we are stopping here. With this hope that whatever the Panchamrit Professor both Joshi has given, we have taken it. And I am very much hopeful that this journey towards the higher educational institution center of excellence requires viewing challenges not as a constraint but as opportunities for innovation and leadership. Institutional development plan must be more inclusive, must be data driven, must be outcome oriented, and more important, must be future ready. Ensuring alignment with both NEP 2020 and the long term vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. And I am very much hopeful that who is taking notes of the session, and you also will help in preparing the session proceedings, and the outcome will be very useful and will be submitted at the right platform for decision making. And we are at the end, we are thankful to Vidya Bharati Higher Education for giving us an opportunity to be here and to have this very useful and brainstorming session. Thank you all.
As we come to the end of the session, I would like to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to our session chair and speakers for the insightful discussion, and to our audience for engaging in meaningful dialogue and their patient listening. Also, piece of information, at 5 o'clock we'll be having a common session in the main auditorium, and at 6:45 p.m. we can all assemble here for the second thematic session on IDP. Thank you.
of the National Summit for Institutional Leaders 2026. Today's session focuses on a cornerstone of modern education, the role of institutional development plans in assessment and accreditation. As we move towards a more holistic educational framework, understanding how a strategic IDP aligns with global accreditation standards is essential for every institutional leader present here today. This session will be of 75 minutes duration. The session chair will be addressing us for about 15 minutes. Two distinguished speakers we are having with this in this session. They will be sharing their thoughts 20 minutes each, total 40 minutes, and there will be an open discussion at the end of the session at around for duration around 10 minutes. Professor Bhima Rai Maitri, Director, Indian Institute of Management, Nagpur, will be the session chair for this session. In this session, two distinguished speakers will be delivering their thoughts. Professor K.B. Das, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Jharkhand, and Professor Ganeshan Kannabiran, Director, National Assessment and Accreditation Council. To lead this vital discussion, I am honored to invite our esteemed session chair and distinguished speakers to the dais. Please, sir. Before we delve into the core of this session, let me briefly introduce our luminaries. Professor Bhima Rai Maitri is the Director of Indian Institute of Management, Nagpur, and a distinguished academic leader in management education, formerly Director of IIM Trichupilli. He led the institute to national prominence. He had also served as Dean at L&T Institute of Project Management, IMI New Delhi, MDI Gurgaon, and has led major research initiatives at BITS Pilani. Renowned for his contribution to operations management, project management, and institutional leadership, he combines academic excellence with strong industry engagement. We are having Professor K.B. Das as speaker. Professor K.B. Das is the Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Jharkhand, a distinguished scholar in commerce with PhD and DLit. He has made significant contributions in higher education and academic governance. He has served on important committees of the University Grant Commission and is currently a member of UGC Standing Committee. We are also having Professor Ganeshan Kannabiran. Professor Ganeshan Kannabiran is the Director of National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC, and a Senior Professor of Information Systems at NIT Tiruchirappalli. With over 3 decades of experience in teaching, research, and academic administration, he has served as Dean Research and Consultancy and Director in charge of NIT Trichy, a recipient of Commonwealth Professional Fellowship, 2 Fulbright Fellowships, and the British Council Study Fellowship. He has made significant contributions to quality assurance and accreditation in higher education. As a token of our respect and gratitude, I now request Dr. Ranjana Agarwal, Kanodia PG College, to present the mementos to our guest. I would like to request Dr. Ranjana to please present a token of love as memento to Professor Bhima Rai Maitri Sahab. I request Dr. Ranjana to present a memento to Professor K.B. Das Sahab. I request Dr. Ranjana to also present a shawl to Professor Ganeshan Kannabiran. Volunteers? Volunteers? Please, volunteer fast. A token of love presented by Professor Ganeshan Kannabiran to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam. Thank you so much. Now I request Session Chair Professor Bhimarai Maitri Sahab to set the stage for this discussion with his opening remarks and to formally begin the session. Please, sir.
Very good evening, distinguished panel members, Professor K.B. Das, Professor Kannabiran, and Vice Chancellor, Rajasthan Central University, Rajasthan University, all distinguished members participating in this panel. The topic given to us is the role of IDP, Institute Development Plan, in assessment and accreditation. So since morning we are listening in the same hall the holistic perspective of IDP, and again action agenda for IDP. Now this is the third session on IDP, and our focus is on assessment and accreditation. You might have seen some of the panel even the morning in keynote. Professor Alok Rai and also Professor Joshi in the second panel, they brought out the 8 enablers, right from governance till the last one, physical enablers. So there are 9 enablers given as a part of guidelines, University Grant Commission guidelines for IDP. Now, IDP is for 15 years, the plan for 15 years. Earlier, before IDP, before NEP, all over the world, it was called as a strategic planning. It is 3-year, 5-year, 15-year planning is called as a strategic planning, but here we call it as a IDP, Institute Development Plan. So many times we prepare the plan, and every institution prepare the plan the way they wish to have their vision and mission. Basically, this plan is based on the foundation for this is vision and mission of the institution. So everything moves around what is your vision for 3-year, 5-year or 15-year institution. Accordingly, the 15-year, the IDP is designed. Now, when you look at the vision, if your vision is clear, coming 5 years, many times some of the visions we may not achieve, but the plan may change, but vision will not change. Instead of 15 years, it may take some time. Instead of 10 years, it may take 12 years. But it will always, nobody will change the vision, but normally the routes will change, the roadmap, the way we are doing that may change, but vision will remain same. So out of 8 parameters mentioned, I just for the sake of everybody, I'll just mention governance enabler, finance enabler, academic enabler, research and support enablers, including IP, HRM enablers, and enablers for networking and collaboration, physical enablers, and also the digital enablers. Now, these are the 8 enablers mentioned as per the guidelines. Probably we can think of to focus on, since our NEP 2020, its bedrock is IKS, Indian Knowledge System. All these parameters, are you going to use Indian knowledge as one of the important foundation, right from governance to digitalization? All the enablers are, for example, physical enablers. When you are building an infrastructure as a civil engineer, I can say that building orientation is important. So that natural light as well as you can save lot of energy if you consider IKS as a foundation for physical enablers. Similarly, for the governance, one can think of, Chanakya Niti. So those are some of the fundamentals, I think, because anything, once it is prepared, there is always room for opportunity to improve and also add. So 9 enablers, I think IKS can be one of the another enabler that is a foundation for everything as per the NEP. Next, today is the disruptive world. Disruption is happening left and right. Digitalization alone is not technological disruption. It is one of the component in technology. I think how to make our universities high-tech and high-touch in this changing world to remain ahead of time. So technology enabler is also important. Digital may not complete in full circle. Probably today AI has come, 3D printing has come, and many of us are heading the institution as a directors, vice chancellors, principals. It is extremely important institution builder. Normally governance is one part. So one is a governance at the board level, senate, and another one is management. But in between, there are two important things. One is the institution, those who are running the institution, those who are building the institution. We should differentiate those who run the institution, those who build the institution. So institution building means you have to change the status quo from here to where. And that is extremely important as a part of institution builder. Institution may be 70-year-old, 10-year-old, 5-year-old, whatever it is. But the moment Vice Chancellor takes a charge till to 5-year, 3-year, 4-year, whatever the period given in different states, so the tangible and intangible changes should happen. So institution builder is also one of the important apart from, it doesn't cover the governance. So these are the 2-3 components I think they should be part of it. Now when it comes to role of assessment and accreditation, normally till today assessment in our examination we only assess whatever the examination we conduct for the students. I'm not coming to the institution accreditation as a NAC or NBA, but when it comes to students examination assessment, we never assess courage of the student. We never assess the confidence of the student. We never assess how student has changed his decision making, sharpened his decision making skills. We never assess the tenacity. So how to bring them into the assessment is also extremely important as a part of institution assessment. Otherwise, our today's assessment is those who rank, those who come top, but they may not get the best job in the industry because they have to be all-rounder as a part of multidisciplinary and holistic education. So therefore, these are some of the component: courage, confidence, tenacity, sharpening decision making, how to learn. So gamification we can incorporate in our curriculum, in our practices. This is the one area students can participate, and the moment game is over, the grade is announced. And you will also come to know who is courageous, who has sharpened the skill, who has changed their strategy and got the result. So these are some of the things. Time has come, one has to get into that as a part of technology, also as a part of the assessment. And second part, accreditation. All over the world, there are 2 kinds of accreditations. In India also, one is institutional accreditation and second one is a program accreditation. So NBA does the program accreditation and Professor Kannemaran is here. NAC, basically it is an institution accreditation. Now when it comes to accreditation, as on today, I think now it is already, I think the basic accreditation has come, and now I think graded or maturity model is going to come, and Professor Kannemaran is going to deliberate on that details. But the most important thing is whatever in IDP we have mentioned as on today, because this IDP numbers are not fixed, they may be flexible. Apart from AI, something else may come in future that may also be incorporated. Agility is the only way in our governance and administration. So keeping those things in mind, all these 10, 12 enablers, if you look into that, are you going to consider in our assessment, whatever when you file the application for the NBA or NAC, and as well as for the accreditation, how we consider. And second thing, all over the world, when accreditation, they always moved around the vision and mission. All these parameters also derived out of the vision and mission of the university or the institution. So I think in IDP also we have to first vision and mission, and then rest all will move around accordingly. And every institution's IDP will be different because everybody's vision and mission is different. And morning somebody was telling where the locality is there, Professor Rai said. So accordingly, how to give benefit to the locality or the context, that is extremely important. So keeping all those things, these parameters, how we consider in assessment and accreditation, that is important. And very soon probably, you all know that already the bill is joint parliamentary committee, it has gone, and very soon that may come. And also this is the one vertical, accreditation vertical, NAC is going to come, totally new avatar for all the higher education institution, and NAC is getting converted, 1A will get reduced, NAC will come instead of NAAC, and NBA may be part of it. So in this context, how we are looking for the maturity model or whatever the model which is going to be announced in future. So that and our accreditation, both the technical, normally we go for NBA, how we look into that, these parameters. At the same time, multidisciplinarity and also building a character and employability that is mentioned in our document of NEP. Now, are you going to put that as one of the important criteria? Are you building the character, basically holistic human being to take care of all living being? So such kind of personality are you building through NEP, and that how we are assessing in our accreditation process. And second one, there is also mention of sustainable development goals. There is also mention of global citizenship. And there is also mention in NEP, institution social responsibility. Are we going to check all those parameters as a parameter in our NB or NAC? So those are the things probably Professor Kannabaran will, definitely he will throw a light. And these are the questions will come into picture. Till date, whatever the 7 criteria of NAC and NBA, and there are some shortcomings, but now the new model is coming, and in NAC and NBA, probably with reference to IDP and vision mission, how we are going to build this particular accreditation and assessment, because accreditation is a hallmark of excellence. So when institutions have to raise the bar from current to the new orbit or the next orbit, probably standard of excellence has to go continuously. And also it is one cycle of accreditation to the second cycle of accreditation. Till date, we only going for the numbers. If you got that number, then you will get A double plus or A, whatever it is. But now, all over the world, normally, if you are here, if you remain there in the second cycle, you will not get accreditation. Those who are here, they moved here, they will get the second cycle accreditation. But those who are here, they remain there, they will not get accreditation. So are you going to continuous improvement once the completion of cycle, it is there or not? That is also checked in international accreditation, and probably Professor Kannabaran will throw a light on that, and Professor Dasji, who has built Central University, Jharkhand, right from scratch, and Kannabaran also built IIIT in Tamil Nadu. I think both are the institution builders, and some of the, most of the this IDP parameters they are used, and Professor Kannabaran, the transformation happening in accreditation, he's a part of it. He's thickly involved, engaged in that, and he can see the accreditation and assessment 360 degree, and probably I am sure that you all are interested to know both the Professor Das, who worked in one of the oldest university as a administrator, senior professor, and built the new university, and Professor Kannabaran. So I request Professor Das to throw a light on this, both the parameter, what is the role of IDP with reference to parameter, and any additional parameter whether we can add, or the whatever 8 given are sufficient, and how to build the flexibility in the accreditation process, and whether one accreditation is good for entire all the higher education institution, or we can differentiate institutions related to say art, institution related to for example some of the fine art universities, and some of the universities are only restricted to particular one area. So how to bring that difference, or it will be one and the same, so that Professor Das can throw experience. I request him to go for presentation for 20 minutes. Namaskar. Thank you, the chairperson and my co-panelists here, the dignitaries on the dais. That's the topic, role of IDP in assessment and accreditation. Let me just, I was listening to the previous session on this about institutional development plan being explained by management experts. The earlier speaker was also the director of an IIM, and now also we heard it from an IIM person, and the director NAC is also has also. Can I just get it now? So one thing that I just wanted to know about this, what exactly is the correlation between the IDP and the accreditation? So you see, when you look at that, I am of the habit of looking at the things that let us start our journey from the end point, so that our journey will be smooth. So if while preparing this institutional development plan, we should look at exactly where we want to reach, what is our destination. So if our destination is accreditation, what is the process of accreditation? What are the parameters of accreditation, and accordingly prepare it. And how it is to be prepared, many sessions have been taken place, and the context and the perspective of IDP is different here in this session. And the earlier session, it was being discussed that is it really required? Because so many multiple organizations are there which are globally also accrediting the institutions. So in this management institutions, the students are not bothered about that. They are bothered about NIRF, etc. They are talking about this. So after this, I was also listening to Sri Krishna Gopalji. Now, he said when we opened up for the market, we went for the GATS. So privatization, imminent, what you see, there are the players, big corporate players are entered into this one. So, but what exactly has happened is there is a crisis of credibility. So looking at these things, all these things, now competition is there, how to survive in the competition, and to survive and to grow in the competition. That is the 2 points. So the institutions are also have to compete and survive and to grow. There is all this. There is no way out for them. So IDP is as a long-term plan. Everybody is talking about that, but it is not an option nowadays. It is compulsory. It is mandatory. If I have gone through the document of National Education Policy, you can see there are many options, many points. If you look at, if you read, you find that accreditation of higher education, if you look 18.4 paragraph, accreditation will be based primarily on basic norms, public self-disclosure, good governance and outcome, but it is mandatory. If you look, para 13, para 12, para 18, para 19, all these things speaks about mandatory clauses, because the funding, the finances are related to this one. So by 2040, all the institutions need to be accredited. And how they are to be accredited? What are the factors? What are the factors to be considered? If one by one, if we compile this one, if provisions of NEP, if we look at that, chapter 12 says optimal learning environment and support to the students. 12.3, that also you can look at that. Chapter 3, that energized and capable, motivated faculty. This is a part of wherein you find, always you find accreditation and IDP, these are the two words there. So these are the things, NIRF ranking, NAC ranking. So there are degree granting colleges. By 2040, the colleges will be converted into degree granting colleges. So how to do that one? How to empower them on? The next one you can say. So imperatives of IDP, strategies for transforming institutions. That is what to elevate, to evolve and elevate as one of the best higher education institution in the country with more features and standards. I have defined two things. Always the institutions strive for two things: best in the country and best for the country. If you look at that, what is the best in the country and what is best for the country, and when you arrive at these 2 points, you can define, you can articulate the goals. आप अपना जो goal है वो set कर सकते हैं, और but of course you have to keep your the core values and enduring purpose intact, but you have to define your goals. So but you have to, the how to be best in the country, and if not country, maybe in the region, and how to be best for that country. The next one, you see that because of the time constraints, and for that matter, there are two documents that is being provided by Government of India, not only in NEP. In order to comply with the NEP, two documents are being given. One is from the Ministry of Education, that is transformative reforms for strengthening assessment and accreditation higher education institutions in India. And you have to look at, there are 53 pages, but one thing is very important there, that is Appendix 1, page 34 to 42. If you go through that one, it defines the framework for addressing parameters pertaining to input, processes, outcome and impact. This is very important a point. And apart from that, there is a UGC guideline for IDP, for the higher education. We are talking about the enablers. So UGC has defined it like that. So next one. Now key parameters and strategies best to higher education, best in the country. What is exactly best in the country? So when you talk about this best in the country, you have to mapping and benchmarking with our domestic peers. If not international peers, then we have to compete with our domestic peers. Where do they stand? And where we stand here? Our institution stands there. That is what the gap analysis one is to make it. So far the academic reputation is concerned. Academic reputation involves so many things. Very similarly, employers' reputation. Whether the employers are ready to hire your students there. So what is the reputation of the organization? It also speaks. There are many factors about this. Research output and innovation, integrity and networking, extension and outreach. These are the things which the institution has to compare, has to benchmark with other domestic peers. Where do they stand really? We have to speak about this. This is where Rajasthan University stands there, and if at all they want to compete with Delhi University, where do they stand? And there should be a benchmarking and competition among themselves. So that is the best in the country if you seek. So there is a competition. And after that comes then framework and strategy for best for the country. What is best for the country? Best for the country, the aspiration, we talk about that. There is an aspirational one. Your NEP, as I said that why this, what is the document of NEP? NEP's document is futuristic and very aspirational. Aspirational both for the individuals as well as for the country or for the society. So all these are to complied with. That means if we adopt simply NEP, you see look, adoption of 4 pillars of NEP. Access, equity, affordability, quality and accountability. Lastly, it has been said there are 4 pillars, but accountability was added later on is about this. Now, you said a public university, we are discussing about that. Last session, Krishna Gopalji was talking about that. Inclusiveness, affordability and quality. They go side by side. Equity is also there. So this thing must be followed if at all, the university has to comply with this one. Access means, again, we talk about the GR, how to access the GR, how many students, inclusiveness is there. Then integration of national and regional development agenda. Now our chairman was talking about this one. It's about the regional development agenda. What is that one? Suppose suppose in a state like Jharkhand, we started a course like geography there. But geography is a subject being offered by Ranchi University, there are old universities are there. Then I said it's about why do you start in geography? I said it about geography because we are not teaching, we will not be teaching your physical geography here. We will be teaching the different one. Now what a different, because what is the controversy? In the country itself there is a controversy. There also, we are talking about today about the young age, we are young population, this and that, but slowly, gradually also we are getting old. Are we really prepared for that? That is a topic. Regional development, regional planning is also a part of geography. So you talk about this. There are two specializations. So when we start a course, anything that we talk about, psychology we started. We said clinical psychology. So clinical psychology is a bright future for the students, which is, I say there are two institutions are there. Psychiatric institutions are there. We have an understanding with them. We started a course. Minerals, metals engineering also we started. So we have to look at that one, whether there is a regional aspiration, what is the regional agenda, and is about national, what exactly the nation wants us to do as an university, because they are also spending, government is spending crores of rupees. So are we really complying to that one? So that is the best for the country. Participation and contribution through our research programs, through our any topic about. So when you are assigning, suppose the students are given being intensive to write a project, we said, go for this one, write one district, one product. How many districts you can cover really? And what exactly the products are being, so one district, one product can be a projects given to 3 students for internship, for writing projects. That is once we have practiced. Parikha pe charcha, B.Ed students, इनका इम्पैक्ट वास्तविक स्तर पर क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ, इसको भी जानकारी लेना है. तो हमारा कंट्रीब्यूशन क्या है, यूनिवर्सिटी का कंट्रीब्यूशन क्या है, कितना हमने लिटरेसी का, जो फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी हो, डिजिटल लिटरेसी का हो, जो ट्राइबल विलेजेस हैं जहाँ के, इसको क्या करते हैं हम. तो ये भी दैट स्पीक्स अबाउट दैट. क्रिएशन ऑफ इकोसिस्टम एंड कल्चर ऑफ इनोवेशन एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, एडॉप्शन ऑफ ग्लोबल डायमेंशन. बहुत समय तो नहीं है, फिर भी पॉइंट टच करके चलेंगे फिर. तो एक्शन इसके बाद चलिए, ये भी चला ठीक है. एनईपी का इंटेंट है यहीं पर, ये कंप्लाइंग टू द एस्पिरेशन ऑफ द कंट्री दैट transform the country as a developed economy aligned to its civilizational, cultural, spiritual and intellectual legacy with forward and progressive modern scientific temperament. It speaks of volumes about that. And one nation, one family, that is the inclusiveness we are talking about. The next one. Now the question is about the validation of the strategies through assessment and accreditation. Now the strategies which we make, what exactly a strategy is, I wanted to speak about that because of constraint of time it is not possible. We are talking a lot about the strategies and professors of management are sitting here, they can speak about the strategies. Now question is about the strategies that we are making, who will validate it then again? Whether they are really ठीक है या नहीं है, इसको कौन वैलिडेट करेगा? वैलिडेट करेंगे जब असेसमेंट होगा, एक्रेडिटेशन होगा. तो कैसे ये वैलिडेशन होगा कि हमने जो कहा ना कि एस्टैब्लिश करना है हमको क्रेडिबिलिटी का मतलब क्या है? हम विजन, मिशन सब कुछ डिफाइन कर देते हैं, लेकिन इसका जो क्रेडिबिलिटी एंड ट्रस्ट है, whether really we are delivering it, keeping our commitment, the ability to deliver our promises. शब्द तो बड़े बड़े लिखते भी हैं, बताते भी हैं, ये हमारा मिशन है, ये विज़न है, इसको कितना कंप्लाई करते हैं हम? कोई सवाल पूछे तो हमारे पास उत्तर भी नहीं है. सो एक तो है कि मैं वही बात बताया कि झारखंड सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी है, तो पहले जाके मैं हमारा सेक्रेटरी से जब बात हो रहा था तब मैंने बताया कि हम वी वांट टू बिल्ड ए झारखंड सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी. वी डू नॉट वांट टू बिल्ड देयर विद JNU और दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी और स्टैनफोर्ड लाइक दैट. वहाँ का जो लोग है, वहाँ का क्या करना है? ट्राइबल का जो एनरोलमेंट है स्टूडेंट्स का, इट इज़ बिलो द स्टैट्यूटरी लेवल. देन अगेन व्हाई दे आर नॉट टेकिंग एडमिशन? I said it about the course, the programs which you are offering is not enticing to the tribal students there. नहीं पढ़ना चाहता है, साइंस इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ना नहीं चाहता है, हमारे पास सोशल साइंस का नहीं है, ह्यूमैनिटीज़ का नहीं है, स्किल नहीं है, फिर यूनिवर्सिटी खोले क्यों? ये जो कोर्स तो JNU जाके पढ़ेगा, कहाँ जाके पढ़ेगा, यहाँ पर झारखंड में क्यों खोले फिर? दैट इज अ बिग क्वेश्चन. दैट इज अर्निंग एडमायरेशन रिकॉग्निशन. ये भी एक बड़ा मुद्दा है कि आपका वैलिडेशन वहीं पर होता है जब आप एक्सेप्टेड होते हैं यहाँ पर, कि आपका वो कल्चर है. if at all you get an opportunity to visit Central University of Jharkhand, we do not have a campus, we do not have a boundary. You find that tribal hamlets are inside. It is an open campus, very, very open, and buildings are there very sporadic. ये एक जगह पर, ये एक जगह पर, ये एक जगह पर, ऐसे ही है. कल्पना जी भी मेंबर थी तो गए तो देखे थे वही वहाँ पर भी बड़ा शांत है. ट्रेवल्स आर रियली गुड, सभी कोऑपरेट करते हैं, गांव वालों को लेके हम साथ भी चलते भी हैं. सो कल्चर को बनाना पड़ता है कि क्या है, वैल्यूज है, कंपैशन है, कन्विक्शन है, उन लोगों के लिए हमने क्या है. तो दैट इज ए सेंस ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. That also you have to speak whether you are doing it or not. Regulatory compliance and transparency. Disclosure is a mandatory one. Everything that you do you have to disclose. Quality assurance and enhancement. Evidence based. हर चीज़ का evidence रहना चाहिए कि आप कर क्या रहे हैं, ऐसे बोल रहे हैं या कोई evidence है आपका. ये भी रिलेशनशिप एंड कोलाबोरेशन. रिलेशनशिप का मतलब होता है कि कितना कोलाबोरेशन किस किस के साथ करके कितना इफेक्टिव किए. हमने सपोज एक किए कि पीएचडी प्रोग्राम चलेगा हमारा, हम देंगे सर ये एग्जीक्यूटिव पीएचडी प्रोग्राम देंगे. कोल इंडिया का चेयरमैन से लेके बाकी कुछ लोगों के साथ किए तो हम कहे कि ठीक है आप हमको दे दीजिए, ये सब इंटर्नशिप दीजिए, हमको CSR फंड से 2 करोड़ रुपया दीजिए, कंसल्टेंसी दीजिए. सो देयर वाज अ बिजनेस टाइप, राइट. So because I am a student of commerce, so I understand the language of that and give and take. So you give us money and we will give you. That is our relationship, but not with the tribals, not with the deprivers, not marginalized people. That is a different one. So that matter you have to keep it. Next one. So now IDP and STI in conformity with the assessment, that is the process, reform and perform. If at all you want to transform, these are the two mantras. The reform, the policies and programs in consonance with the mission, vision, values, purpose and NEP adherence. Like you'll perform, what is a perform? How you are going to implement it? How? Because you need to have a capacity building. Capacity building means you see about the professors, the associate professors, those who become professors, they hardly want to work. मेरा हो गया बस, मेरा मुझे पता है मुझे करियर एडवांसमेंट में प्रोफेसर बनेंगे, मैं क्या नहीं सुनूंगा, क्या कर लेंगे फिर आप, एबीसी क्या करेगा, क्या कर सकता भी है, लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस लिंक्ड कर सकता है, कुछ भी कर सकता है, भविष्य को भी दिखा सकता है, बिठा भी सकता है, कुछ भी कर सकता है. ये भी एहसास कराना पड़ता है कि जो भी है ये कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग जो मैंने कहा, ये असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर से नहीं, सिर्फ अपने जो ऑफिशियल्स भी हैं, अब सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स भी हैं, सफाई कर्मचारी हैं, इनका सभी का कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की ज़रूरत होता है. तो अंडरस्टैंडिंग सिर्फ ऊपर से नहीं नीचे भी होना चाहिए. स्टूडेंट का भी मैं वही कह रहा हूँ कि आपको परफॉर्मेंस लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव्स देना पड़ता है. आइदर यू गिव द रिकॉग्निशन और रिवार्ड और अवार्ड, एनीथिंग दैट for the best performers. So that is a capacity building. Resource management, we are talking about this physical resources, digital resources, financial and intellectual. How much patents you have, copyright कितना है आपका, कितने क्या कर रहे हैं, ये सबको देना पड़ेगा. नहीं तो नहीं, एक से छोटा सा यूनिवर्सिटी 15 साल का, इससे मुसीबत है. मैंने वही कहा, हमने जी को बहुत लड़े हैं उनके साथ हमारा एक्रेडिटेशन के लिए. वो बोल रहे थे कि आपके एक्सपीरियंस को वहाँ बताइए. फिर दोनों ही साखी हैं हमारे. 4.5 साल में more than 30 crores fund we could mobilize. I always say as a national fellow of ICSSR, I always say research मुझे तो हर जगह दिखता है, सोशल साइंस का रिसर्च मुझे हर जगह दिखता है. आप करते तो मैं I sit with the researchers, I sit with the staff, प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोजल बनाओ, कैसे करो इसको. So that within 4.5 years time, can you just imagine a small university can mobilize more than 30 crores. That is a good thing. Of course, Professor Ravindranath is also with me. Then he was there. So that is what is research and intellectual and monitoring and reviewing. More the time is about the Vice Chancellor. You have to sit and monitor everything, that what is the progress. If at all this is implemented, what is the progress. Anyway, sir, last other he will speak about that. But last paragraph I will just mention about this. As come to this last one because no, the last one is the complying to the NSIL mandate summit. अगर ये summit को हम अगर देखेंगे, last एकदम last, yeah, that is one. नहीं, धन्यवाद को नहीं भाई, छोड़ो उनको. Yeah, talking about this complying to the NSIL mandate. यहाँ पर जो आए हुए हम सभी लोग, यहाँ पर एक बड़ा सा opportunity हमें मिलता है. Because we talk about this. कि building strategic पार्टनरशिप among the institutions. So mentoring के लिए जो बात हो रहा था ना कि हैंड होल्डिंग मेंटरिंग की बात होता है, ये सब की यहाँ पर एक होता है कि आइडियाज एक्सचेंज करें, हम हैंड होल्डिंग करने के लिए सामने आए अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूशंस, सब कुछ एक अनाबिरान जी है भी, उनसे भी सुन ले सब कुछ. दैट इज़ व्हाट यू से. एंड डॉक्यूमेंटिंग ए फ्रेमवर्क टू बिकम ए पार्ट ऑफ विकसित भारत, that is also need to be explained. Everything, this is a topic which can be deliberated for hours. How can you prepare a document to become a part of Viksit Bharat then again? And continuous dialogue on development in a competitive spirit. This is what you stands for this NSIL, and this is the mandate of this one. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity, sir. So thank you very much, Professor Das. I think he brought a very, very important and new angle. IDP, role of IDP for assessment accreditation, also look into the Viksit Bharat 2047. We cannot see assessment accreditation only IDP perspective, but 2047 Viksit Bharat point of view should see, and also where university is located, social upliftment, development and impact of the university on the locality. I think that is a very, very important parameter he brought, and prior to this the session was happening. That session was also, it is very highly impressed, because if you want to be a Viksit Bharat, basically how to inclusiveness and how to bring the diversity, how to connect the culture and education. I think these are the important aspect Professor Das has brought, and probably instead of running beyond the competition with all the global rankings, I think important aspect is how to focus Viksit Bharat and how to bring the balanced growth and development to localities where our university is located. They should say that it is our university. I think that was the focus of Professor Das. It is an important point. He brought some of the things, Viksit Bharat and impact. And another important aspect, research, 30% in NIRF. I think research also important, but it is not a Western research. It is not a nonsense research. We should be doing impactful research, responsible research, which has an impact on society, impact on business, impact on government, impact on policy, impact on building the communities. I think 4 or 5 areas, if it is not impacting, that research has no meaning. But we are following the Western research, ABDC, whatever the so many stars. But who reads means those who are written and those who are reviewed, nobody else read. Such kind of research we should get out. I think that is also one of the important aspects. Instead of Western classified research articles, we have to classify articles based on our needs, our requirement. I think that is the most important, and how much impact research has given than having the IP without commercialization. There is no commercialization, but we have a number of patents. That has no meaning. I think that is also extremely important to look into that. Now let us listen the first hand Professor Kannabiran, who is there in the accreditation. We also involved in number of transformation which is happening as a part of NEP, and number of committees. I also worked with him, and he is the one person he can throw a light with reference to assessment and accreditation with reference to IDP. Sir.
Good evening to all of you. I think I'm between you and your dinner. Okay. Oh, cultural is also there. Okay. So, first of all, I'm very delighted to be here in this university, and the third time in a row in NSIL, Lucknow to Dehradun to Jaipur, hat trick. And so I thank Professor Kailash Sharma ji and Raghunandan ji for inviting me for the third time. Also, I'm also thankful to Professor Alpana Kottaja madam. She is also in our executive committee. So, this university started just before independence, and you have a lot of laurels, 7 colleges and so many departments, and also, so I'll again once again certify that you deserve A+ grade. And of course, I have my senior colleagues, Professor Tripathi ji, Professor Panchanathan, and of course our panelists. Good evening to all of you. And some of you must be wondering why I gave a memento to Madam Alpana Kadeja. So, I think all of you are aware of what NAC is and what NAC activities are, and what's happening in the last couple of years in terms of our reputation going here and there. So, and the top of it was the CBI case, wherein the peer team members were arrested for taking bribe, and they are all suspended. They are still facing inquiry and all that. And we realized that culturally, as a nation, and we start pleasing people by giving mementos. And these mementos are the starting point. And generally, a memento is packed with a very colorful paper, and a ribbon is put around, and you don't know what is inside. It can be anything. So we now are going to, when we launch the reforms, there will be something called no gift policy, which means anybody connected with the NAC employees, as well as experts who are representing NAC in the peer team or in any form, are not supposed to receive any gifts or mementos. So that is what we are going to do. And I really don't go to any institution. In the last 2.5 years, I never traveled to go to any institution. And events like this, basically events of SSUN or Vidya Bharati or anything, I attend. And some conferences I attend. And I thought it's better, since you are inviting me to your campus, and I thought I'll leave a memento, that I call it as Viksit Bharat tree. It is a banyan sapling, and you keep it in your campus, and it grows, and that symbolizes the growth, like banyan tree, That's why I just give this. This also I give it from my personal money, not from NAC money. Okay, with this, I'm actually not going to talk about the framework today. Okay, so since it's not formally announced, and there are changes happening in the framework, there's so many levels of discussion, rounds of discussion, we are yet to finalize. So I'll only generally talk about the IDP accreditation linkage a little bit, and some high level details. So one of the fundamental things that we need to understand is, although NEP talks about accreditation, and the Government of India formed a committee under the leadership of Dr. Radhakrishnan, former ISRO chairman, and the committee gave its report in January 24, and NAC decided to adopt the entire report for implementation. But then the real challenge now is the accreditation status in our country. Okay, as you look at this number of universities, little dated. So you have only 43% of universities having valid grade, although 48% are accredited. So the 5% of the universities never came back for the next round. Okay, and if you look at the distribution of these universities, of course, there's a lot of data, just ignore. Look at the deemed universities doing very good, which means about 78% of to be accredited. So the private university system, without any offense to private university system, actually lifted our reputation at some side and brought down our image also. And they were the ones published the first page newspaper advertisement, A++ grade in all newspapers. You can see on a given day, a particular university will advertise. And the same universities brought down our image also. Okay. So looking at the colleges, as you can see again, there's only 17% of the colleges have valid accreditation. And you can see the difference between 25% and 17%, 8% of colleges never came back for the next round of accreditation. Here again, you can see the private universities the highest percentage is private universities. So net to net, we are talking about a system where 15% only accredited in the colleges and about 45%, which means the remaining are to be accredited. Why are they not coming for accreditation? That's a fundamental question that we need to ask. And there are many reasons. Of course, to quickly, any new system to get implemented, you need to have some certain incentives. Okay? The current incentives of 12B or 2F or whatever is nowhere useful. I mean, you need to look at higher incentives. On the other hand, the challenge is that NAC accreditation, where many of you are involved, and the way that you need to collect data for 5 years and submit it, go through the DVV process, and then, the peer team, and preparing your institution for the peer team, whitewashing to, repairing, fans and, repairing toilets to many other things. Of course, you need to buy gifts also sometimes. So all these things have, really pushed the institution away from accreditation. So therefore, the current accreditation framework that we are talking about is mostly to focus on these aspects. Now, this data, I am just showing for a moment. One of the biggest challenges before I at least took over in July 23, the January to July time period, it was a very bad period for us. When I was appointed, the only thing the government told is go and do something, bring back the reputation of NAC. So we took some all-round efforts of cleaning up this. Of course, Madam joined also in the executive committee. Professor Maitri is there in our appeals committee, and all that. We have now controlled these A++ and A+ grades. If you look at, for example, 2,900 colleges, 130 A++ grade, whereas 4,040 colleges, we got only 72 A++ grade. If we have not controlled this, proportionate number of colleges must have got A++ grades. Am I communicating properly? Okay. Same is the case with, look at first cycle. The really challenging scenario is when the first cycle institution getting A++. I mean, it is not believable, right? An institution cannot be in the very first cycle. Maybe one or two institutions which have a longer history and a reputation, there is a possibility, but then getting A++ grade in the very first cycle is really not possible. So you can look at the first cycle, this thing. Then of course with the university also a similar figure. So this is what we have done in the last 2 years to bring back the reputation. But the only thing is when you really tighten things, it bursts. The CBI case is a bust. Okay, an institution which was already a A++ grade institution, God knows why they got into all these things and brought down our image in the whole process. Now there are many questions. Of course, both Professor Maitri and Professor Das talked about it. Those of you are a little, studying on about accreditation globally will know what we are, contemplating and doing is little different from what rest of the countries are doing in many ways. And I'm not saying it is wrong. It's the Bharatiya way of doing it for Bharat. That's how we need to take it. So the first one is mandatory versus voluntary accreditation. In the new bill, in a subtle way, it is said that accreditation is mandatory. Okay, not in very explicit terms. And when you make mandatory, when you make voluntary, unless otherwise there are incentives, apart from attracting good students, that is possible for a university in a metro, in a city like Pune or Bangalore or greater Delhi, where there are competition and you use your NAC accreditation grade to pull students. But in a mid-sized town or a rural place, it doesn't bother them. I mean, there are X number of students going to join, whether you have accreditation or not. So it is not a differentiating factor as far as those institutions are concerned. The second is institutional versus program accreditation. There is always a debate, and Professor Maitri, also we had a good conversation in the morning. Now, the institutional accreditation is important. Equally important is program accreditation. Take a university which existed for 25 years, and there are, let us assume there are 50 programs in the university. Not all the programs are doing good. There are programs in your own university which will attract 10 students. There are programs, you have 100 seats and 5,000 applications come. Okay? So these, obviously you need to look at the program. The institute, suppose you get a A++ grade and your program, few of your programs get only 5 applications for 20 seats, then the program is not doing good. In that sense, program accreditation is also important. And binary versus graded accreditation. Globally, 95% of the countries follow binary accreditation. What does it mean? A higher benchmark is set and you meet that benchmark and get accredited. There is nothing like, sort of diluting it below a level. So global standards are binary accreditation, but we are talking about graded accreditation. And the third is input process versus outcome impact orientation. Professor Das also mentioned about it. So if you look at RIF methodology, close to 48 or 50% are focusing on input and the remaining on the process and the outcome. But the input is not at all a matter for our stakeholders, be it students or industry or community. Nobody is looking at what goes into the institution. What the stakeholder gets out of the institution is a matter, correct? Therefore, the shift now is obviously happening towards outcome and impact. Qualitative versus quantitative. Again, Professor Maitri talked about it. Globally, it's all qualitative evaluation. Okay, maybe 80, 90%. There are very rarely few countries doing some combination of qualitative, quantitative. It's only qualitative. And there, unlike our accreditation, which is very data intensive, there it is principle-based accreditation. What is the meaning of principle-based accreditation? An institution makes their processes very transparent and provide all the documentation, and what they say is what they do, which is not true in India, correct? Therefore, the principle-based accreditation eventually, even as a country, we should progress towards. And lastly, shorter versus longer validity. Now, we were talking about 5-year validity. So once in 5 years, you start celebration, bring every resources, appoint faculty. There are universities which recruit faculty at the beginning of the year when the accreditation comes here and everybody leaves. And there are government institutions which transfer all the faculty from neighboring engineering, their own government colleges to this. For 5 months after the accreditation over, they'll transfer them back to respective institutions. So this validity is another challenge. Now we are actually reducing the validity period. So this Professor Das talked about, and I am not going to look at it, the NEP 2020 accreditation. If you look at higher education section of NEP 2020, in 14 places the word accreditation comes. And if you relate to that, it talks about the first one, graded autonomy, degree granting status, increasing intake of students, research or teaching intensive universities, robust system of graded accreditation. And the last one is very important. Over a period of next 15 years, we will also become a global institution using binary accreditation. Until such time, we will lift our institution to come to the level of global institutions. The bill talks about, of course, I just skipped the Dr. Radhakrishnan committee report, which you must have read through. Maybe I'll go to the previous slide. Just go to the previous slide. Just previous slide. Yeah. This, of course, many of you must have read through, talks about all institutions under accreditation. Now, recently in the NIT Council, it was decided that all NITs will come under accreditation. And basic accreditation, maturity-based graded models, one nation, one data, amalgamation and institution and program accreditation, transparent system, automation of data validation, outreach and handholding, mentoring rural and remote location institutions, and stakeholder crowdsourced data validation. These are the recommendations. I'm just skipping this. And the next one is about, sorry, the previous one, sorry, previous one. Goes, oh, only this way. Go to the previous. Yeah. So here you can see there is a linkage between NEP 2020 and the bill. Okay. That's what I wanted to show. The only thing is, the focus on autonomy of institution is forthcoming. It is very explicitly articulated in the bill that the accreditation will be, determining the autonomy of institutions. and the graded autonomy of the institutions. Now, let us look at what it talks about. First of all, it talks about outcomes. Everything revolves around outcomes and a little bit on impact. Good governance. The third one is transparent and public disclosure and financial probity. Now, you look at today's institution, you ask yourself, which of these is focused? Seldom these items are focused in our institutions. We don't focus quality and outcome on an everyday basis. We don't look at governance. Governance is one of the very weakest link in the whole thing. And transparent public disclosure. You know, there is a college in Bangalore which charges 75 lakhs for a BTech program in computer science. Okay, 75 lakhs. It's in the newspaper, right? And the student joins paying 75 lakhs for a BTech 4-year computer science program. How much is actually translated to the student? Do you think it may be about maximum 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs? Which means where is that money 65 lakhs going? Who is asking that question? Who is answering that question? In a system where we want to be completely transparent and publicly disclosing, and this is not possible. And then financial probity. And this is, it needless to explain. All this if you are achieving, that's an underlying condition. If all of that is achieved and the accreditation leads to autonomy of graded autonomous institutions. And who are these people we are looking at? The students. What happens to the students? And I tell you, most of you know, large private universities in metros, they will again publish first page advertisement. See, this many students were recruited by this company. 1,500 placements on day 1, 1,700 placements on day 2. You know what's really happening? All these offers are not, honored. And the students after 6 months, 12 months, they, really struggle with the companies and they start looking at jobs elsewhere. So therefore, this first students, and Professor Maitri talked about, and you today talk about, Gopal Krishna ji talked about 3 girls, in Delhi, jumping from the flats. And it's all about mental wellness. It's all about value, education that we teach. Do you really mean it? Do you really do it? So that is where we need to look at students as a very important stakeholder whose needs are addressed. The second one is industry and SME. Both of them talked about research and innovation. And we always think industry connect or industry orientation only with the large industry. I mean, somehow we get to think like that. There are so many SMEs and small businesses in every town that we have. And 40% of our economy comes through small and medium enterprises. So therefore, we need to look at what an institution in the neighborhood or otherwise is helping the industry is the next point. The third one is community. Again, he talked about it. You look at Unnat Bharat Abhiyan or any programs, how do you engage with the community? And institutions are enablers of socio-cultural development in the neighborhood. And what institutions do for that? And the lastly is sustainable earth. Krishna Gopalji talked about this also. Okay, if you are focusing on these 4 stakeholders and with those basic tenets of the accreditation, then you talk about high quality, high integrity accreditation system. Bill clearly talks about high quality, high integrity accreditation system. High quality we understand, which means that whatever we assess, be our NBA or NIRF, we assess, it's very absolutely correct. There is no issue on that. The assessment is accurate. The high integrity is obvious, that there are no scope for any deviation, there is no scope for manipulation, there is no scope for anything happening to the assessment system as a whole. Now, if you really want to look at that, you need to look at the bill more clearly. Accreditation revolves around institutional development plan. So this is new in our system, making a strategic plan or institution development plan, and from there you look at outcomes and all that, and start measuring them. IDP to cover outcomes and public disclosure. It says, educational, research and societal goals, objectives, initiative, resource allocation, IDP in short, medium and long term. All the are keywords I generally picked up from the bill. You can look at, this is where our accreditation system will revolve around. And this is, if you have read through Dr. Radhakrishnan committee report, it talks about institutions of global excellence in multidisciplinary education, research, skilling, training. And if you today look at our own institutions, how many institutions of India will be in that level of global excellence of our multidisciplinary education, research, skilling, training? Okay, that's where we are slowly moving. Now, I leave a question with you, that how do we establish a high quality, high integrity accreditation system? That, of course, towards a quality movement in our country to achieve Viksit Bharat 2047 and beyond. Obviously, Viksit Bharat 2047 is only a milestone. It is not the end. No, it's not going to, India is not going to end at that. Of course, Prime Minister Modi is talking about next 1,000 years. When he became the Prime Minister for the third time in the Parliament, he talked about next 1,000 years. What we do today, what we decide today, how we act on those decisions will determine where our country will be in the next 1,000 years. So Viksit Bharat is only a milestone, which is very closer, maybe 20 years plus now. So how do we establish a good, high integrity, high quality accreditation system? With that question, I thought I'll leave. If there are any questions, I'll answer. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We can take one or two short queries, please.
Yeah, I think Professor Kannamiran talked very exhaustively about the number of institutions accredited and also the category wise and also deemed universities, state, private and central universities, all the NIIs. So all details he has given, and also very systematically in depth he explained the current process and what is happening, and also he connected with our NEP as well as Viksit Bharat. So it is a great presentation. Thank you very much. Now I think one or two questions we'll take, and before going for the question, today you all know that urbanization is happening faster than fast. Cities are spoiling the villages. They are basically merging with the villages because urbanization is happening. 2.5 crore people every year migrate from rural to urban. So how this rural economy and sustainable development goals and students moving from the nearby college to cities, so that also one of the important aspect that probably I think accreditation also look into that, how to keep Indian villages intact, then only sustainable development goals are possible for carbon footprint and the earth. That is one important aspect. So with this now I open the door to questions. Yeah, please, you can introduce ma'am and ask the question. Mike, you have? I think only to the pointed questions instead of any explanation, please, so that we can cover one or two.
Namaskar, sir. A very much thank from all of us for such an insightful, required information for all of us. I have lot of questions, that what I want to raise here, that I am Dr. Seema Agarwal, principal of Kanodia PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, a 60-year-old women college affiliated with State University of Rajasthan. I am here in this profession for more than 3 decades, and what the bigger challenge I am facing, that due to the mushroom growth of private university. In Jaipur city only we have more than 10 private universities. We have crunch of admissions. Because the glamour of private university, I think nobody will take it offended. The glamour of private university attracts students. Parents have only 1 or 2 kids. They are ready to pay whatever they want. And students want excuse from the robust assessment system of state university. State university have a structured assessment system, while private universities have some other via media which everyone is aware about. We had conversation with state government, higher education department also with that, but we know their limitation, they can't do anything for them. So my question is that whether NAC is going to set some parameters for those private universities, and so that colleges like us, we are offering 14 UG, 14 PG courses. We have around 6,000 students, but
I got your
yes,
question.
yes.
So, the first question part is about private institutions coming up. It's a policy, correct? And when we wanted to achieve, um, um, 50% GER by 2035, it is just not possible by government institutions. Even with the private institution, it's not going to be possible. Okay, we are looking at online and other opportunities. So that's the first one. The second one is about when we are talking about quality. From an outcome perspective, as long as you create placement opportunities, you create better students getting mainstreamed into society, and if you are able to do that, there is no private public difference. Okay. But there are places where we have a challenge. Suppose you take reservation. Now, private universities do not have reservation. Suppose I ask a question to them, give me your reservation in faculty or students, it will affect them. Correct? On the other hand, suppose I ask a question about faculty retention. Now, in government colleges, universities, nobody leaves. So you'll have 100% retention. But private university is not like that. So we need to little bit moderate this. I think we are doing that in both the basic accreditation and the maturity based graded levels. We will have little bit moderation of metrics that are not applicable to the private university system. We will not ask, and the same in the case of government institutions.
Can we have a one-line question, brief question?
I have a point there. You face a competition there in the market. You have to find out the ways how to survive that. I said the competition, withstanding the competition. So unless this is a monopolistic competitive market. In a monopolistic competitive market, you need to have something difference. So what is that difference? You are backed by the government. You have a stamp. You have a quality faculty members. So you have to see, when I say this about demography, geography, that means we wanted to introduce only demographic study and regional planning. We said is about what is the relevance of these two topics in a state like Jharkhand. Because we talk about today the demography is a big issue, is coming up. So this is a big area. Now you have to think of how to survive, because there is an onslaught. They do not have a quality faculty members like yours. You have a stamp of the government, and that really authenticates your degrees, and you have to publicize it through the students. The students are really the best medium of advertisement, what I feel.
Sir. So in a way, both of them, you have to change the way you used to work when private colleges were not there. Now you have to change the way you are working. That is the one important.
Sir, I am Professor B.A. Chopade,
Yeah.
Vice Chancellor, AK Srini Satna, Madhya Pradesh. So I'd like to bring to the audience, I think, to your notice, sir, AK Srini Satna is rural university, and we supply 80% students from SC, ST and tribal communities. So we cannot agree that there is no reservation in the private universities. And number one, we cater for the students from first generation. They are farmer students. They are students of laborers. So privates are doing the real work for the development. See the Bharat, sir, actually. Who is going to talk to the students from rural areas? Sir, we have the minimum fees, I think, for the students among the entire Madhya Pradesh. No, point what I want to say to you. See, this is one example I want to bring to notice.
It is fine. There are pockets of best examples like
Yes.
your university.
Yes, surely.
But in general,
Okay.
they are talking about.
Okay,
In general, they are there. Okay, so real questions, those are your questions.
So,
like Madam is saying, it is exceptional. But in the new framework, we are, although it is not final, I mean, you can say this, we are bringing something called the institutional uniqueness. You had earlier best practices. So now best practices different from institutional uniqueness, in which we are going to ask what is that apart from doing normal things, is there any unique contribution that you have made which is impacting one of the stakeholders, students or industry or community or sustainability. So there, whatever Professor pointed out, if you are catering to more AC/ST students, if you are catering to more girl students, if you are catering to first generation learners, if you are focusing on something else, and you get a credit for that. So in the new framework, it captures.
I'm Professor Neeru Tandon from Kanpur, and I'm principal of VSSD Degree College, that is 105 years old. And the major thing that I want to know, that as we are talking about accreditation and various things, so my question is a bit different. That is the research that we keep on doing, research projects and all. Right now, I have just given a proposal to research on NAC. NAC means like not on the policies made, but how they are being implemented, what are the problems coming to different, I have taken sample from university, college, and then rural college and other various parameters, because all of them are having various parameters. So I just want to ask your opinion, is it viable to work on such topics? And second thing is, like as an institution, we are waiting since long for the third cycle of accreditation. Like for 2 cycles we were awarded A, so when are we going to have that channel? Thank you so much.
Okay, there are 2 questions. One is about the research, okay, that you are personally carrying out, that you can do. Of course, we closed the RIF methodology by June 30th, 2024. And any data that we have is around that period. Suppose it's publicly available, all the SSRs are available. You can take the data and do research. And the second part is that about when are we going to launch? We are going to launch soon. Okay, that's the only answer I can give. But the soon is maybe 2 weeks from now or 1 month from now, not beyond that. I mean, that much I can assure you.
Thank you.
We want you to come to our website.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think it is we are running out of time. So thank you very much. Quickly, you can ask. Only question.
Sir, Professor Kandabiran has given the very truth statement about the NAC accreditation, the policy, whatever. And again, the bringing back to the fame of the how the universities and colleges can believe, means the trust in the accreditation process. In the new accreditation process, what are the parameters taking care of such things? It should not happen in the future.
So it will come very soon. So thank you very much. And one more thing important is, you see, already you might have heard about in Gurgaon, Delhi NCR, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, international universities, Gift City, they are coming. So I think they are also coming. They are also like private. There are little compliance and requirement, and government institutions always will be there. So it is a time to innovate. The way we are working, we have to change to give a competition to them and win in the competition. It is an open market, and global universities are going to come, and tuning model and many are going to come. Internationalization is also going to make a difference. I think how to open more windows for the students, probably all of us have to look into that. So with this, I thank.
So your question was about new model and all that. Okay. So it is something like trust, What we are going to do now is we are going to take a affidavit from the institutions. The affidavit will say 2 things. One is the data submitted to NAC is true and correct and whatever, that language. Secondly, you have not engaged anybody other than your faculty to prepare that. If at any point in time it is proved that you didn't fulfill those 2 affidavit conditions, legal action can be taken against you. That you give an affidavit to us. Okay. Looking at it from the different angle, you know, it is about trust in the system. Okay, when I say I trust you, and you give the correct data and all that, and the trust is a two-way thing, right? So therefore, collectively, all of us, we need to build a trustworthy system to do this. But technically, what we are now trying to do is, for example, in the basic accreditation, although we started thinking like, you know, we do data validation through some methodology using certain resources, now we are going to use AI. Now AI is everywhere. Now we are going to automate that process. So almost 70% of the data validation will happen through our, this thing. The second, you must have seen a bullet called stakeholder crowdsourced data validation. What it means is that if you are an institution, and we will collect feedback from those who are connected with your institution, okay, and we are creating a large database, and any institution we will connect with those corresponding members, and we take independent feedback from those stakeholders. That may involve your alumni, your board of studies members, or your people who came and delivered lectures, or people who came to your PhD doctoral committees, anybody. And we will develop a trust score. Okay, suppose in a metric you get 40 marks as an example, and if a trust score is only 0.9, it will be multiplied with that score. To that extent, your score will come down. So we are just putting technology, and you know, technology has a lot of potential now. And in that process, it's also very difficult for you to preach trust. But we, from our side, you have seen the data I showed now. You have seen in the last 2 years, 3 years, we have proved that we can do things properly. And you know, it takes a lot of efforts to do that. We have done it, and we will continue to do that.
We are thankful to session chair of this session and our distinguished speakers. We are also thankful to the audience for their active participation. I have some announcement to make. Tomorrow the sessions will be started from 10 a.m. onwards in the same manner as happened today, and also breakfast will be available tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Further, now we have to join, you all are requested to join the cultural event at main hall. Afterward, there will be dinner in the same manner as happened today for the lunch. Cultural event will be at main hall.